Alright, guys. BLM here. Back. Another live stream. It's been so long since I've last streamed. Obviously, a very, very long time. Um, is there not much new to talk about? I mean, we obviously have Big Brother going on. I mean, outside that, it's just like, whatever. I mean, like, I did watch Amazing Race Canada. That was fine. It was actually, generally, it was probably the best episode of the season, but that's not really saying much. What else did I watch today? I don't remember. I'm working on my what's it called? My Big Brother Hall of Fame video. That's something. Anyway, actually on time. Am I actually on time? Not really. I mean, I guess to be fair, I did change the start time on Twitch to 11:15. So I guess like I'm only 1 minute late today. So that's something. Yeah, not like insanely late. So that's cool. Today will just be a normal stream. We'll start off with the power ranking in a little bit. And then we'll do the player ranking afterwards, and then I'll probably be back tomorrow still because I was like really fucking drained for first half of the day. I feel like more awake now. But generally like streaming like every night does like take a bit out of me, I guess. I've not seen the Odyssey yet. And I probably won't for a while, to be honest. Do I stan Lyric? Obviously, I'm assuming you mean Lyric. She's fine. She's okay. B20 has felt longer than B27. In what way? um, yeah, I really like that. I like the roadblock on the train. I don't love the element of like you only have like until the train arrives to finish the roadblock. I think that's kind of lame. But like the actual concept of them like going on the train, they have like they're not told about the roadblock, but there is a roadblock on the train they have to complete. Like I think that's a really interesting concept. But I don't love the fact that it's like if you miss it then you get like a 90-minute penalty or whatever. Like that's kind of lame. Your room's playing terribly today. I'll be honest, I haven't been looking. To where I generally don't know what's actually going on. Like I know what's going on, as in like I know Rome is going home still. um, but in terms of like the intricacies of like what is Rome's actual pitches and stuff like that at this point, it's like I don't really like. I know he was pitched to the men, but that was yesterday. But yeah, in terms of like today, I haven't really been following. Um, Someone please, for the love of God, delete Twitter on Ashley's phone. I would say delete more than just Twitter, but yeah. Uh, when is the Druth officially becoming the new TikTok haircut? Hopefully never. Um, but actually, generally, probably also never. Like, it probably also will never actually either. Um, okay, cool. Fuck. There we go. It's going on with Ashley. A lot is going on with Ashley. Too much is going on with Ashley. I'm too fair. Like, how much? Like, did anything new happen today? At least as of like yesterday. Which like again, she was like going on Chat BCC, like ranting about Taylor. She was also like what was it, upset at wait, was she the one upset at Angela? Dude, again, there's been so much fucking drama. Like it's actually like kind of insane just how much like Big Brother drama there has been in the alumni community within the last like 4 days or so, like ever since the weekend. um because there was the drama of like, which like I think is like warranted, of like Kamu like saying homophobic comments, and then like that leading to like fighting online over that sort of stuff, and like whether or not Devins was involved or whatever. So like there was that part of it. Then there's the like there was the Angela. Fuck, what was the Angela thing? I forgot what. There was something about Angela that caused controversy. Oh, Angela about Rubina. That's what it is. Angela saying that Rubina only survived because she was like that thing happened. And then you have like Ashley being upset at Taylor for Taylor calling her a floater, and like Taylor, to clarify, Taylor on BB28 calling her a floater on live feeds, but like actually like talking about her positively. But like Ashley took it as like how insulting you called me a floater. She went on like a rant about like Taylor online, and then now with the like Ashley Morgan stuff. There's a lot of weird shit going on. Yeah, and like to be fair, like some of it like led to the other. Like it was like kind of like a yeah, because the Rubina stuff led to the Ashley Morgan stuff. Um, it's mostly connected at least, but it is a train wreck. It's great what Kamu said. I think it's very like reeking of toxic masculinity. But yeah, Rabuna Volpe. Oh, I already read that one. Actually reposting like 100 things about her being right. Yeah, I mean, like that's just Ashley. Like Ashley, like literally responds to like almost everything. And also, also McCrae, like picking a feud with RJP and all that. I forgot about that too. Yeah, like there's a lot of like stuff going on. In the middle when Josh and America both started getting into it. Jimmy. Yeah, I heard that like Josh got into a fight with Big D during the episode today. Like I heard that was also a thing. So it's like yeah, just a lot of bickering going on. Say one would, but I think it's the tone of how he's saying it. Like it's not necessarily like just the concept. Like, if you don't want to dress in drag, then don't dress in drag. But the way that he's talking about it makes it, like, it comes off very targeted. Did we even have a talk about Rachel Angela beef? Not really. Which, like, that, I don't know. Like, there's not much that comes from it. But it's like, yeah, like, Rachel's, like, still confused over why Angela seems to not like her. Oh, the guy who said bathed and submissives is the opposite of toxic masculinity. Dude, agree. Yeah. I did find it very funny mid-episode when he's like saying, "I just wanted to protect everybody." Like I found that very funny. Wouldn't be surprised if I muted Ashley before the end of the season. Yeah, but I also kind of find it funny at like how out of touch she is. Wow. I actually don't know. Can BB27 people be on Trader season 6? I generally don't know. I don't remember the like contract wise. I don't think they can, right? I think it's another year. But they could do some great stuff fairly soon. I mean, season 6 is the next one. Like, season 6 is the one that's happening in, like, a couple months. Because, again, like, technically New Blood is season 5. Unless, like, by what Julian was saying by season 6 meant the one for next year. Even though that's, like, going to be technically season 7, if not season 8, if they have another New Blood season. Which is really fucking stupid. I hate that they're doing it. Like, this is so stupid. Like, I generally hate that they're doing this. And, like, it's the same thing with, like, Australian Survivor. Of, like, why are we including this in the same series? Yeah, so you meant the one next year, yeah. Which, yeah, again, like, I just don't know why they decide to do this. Like, because, like, are they genuinely gonna say, like, the 6th season of The Traitors when they do the next celebrity season? Like, I don't know, I just feel weird. So, you know, I saw Australian Survivor started filming. If anyone cares about that still. And supposedly there's two football players on it. I can't believe it. I can't believe that they cast 2 football players as rivals. Generally, what is this cast gonna be? I need to see what this cast is gonna be. Like like this Australian Survivor rival season. It's like so like we already know that like 2 of the cast members are like football players, which like obviously. But it's like who are the other ones? Like who, like are we gonna get like a Carol Jessica situation? Yeah, it's rivals but with newbies. Or at least it's not a full It's not a full returnee cast, at least. There could be like some random returnees for all we know. I haven't heard any rumblings about any though. Yeah, supposedly it's also the last Australian Survivor season. Like I would assume, unless it does like extremely well. Yeah, there's gonna be like some random thing of like, oh, this person bullied me in high school. Do you imagine it's like two 60-year-olds that are like, hey, this person bullied me in high school. I need to get revenge. He hit me with a dodgeball one time. Yeah. Yeah, what if it's Ashley and Morgan? Maybe this is just a fake feud. Ashley and Morgan just doing this to get on Australian Survivor. Yeah, that's what I also want to know. How do they find these rivals? Like, how'd they do this? Like, actually, I don't even know the story. Like, how did they find Carol? I generally want to know. How'd they find Carol? Like, I know the Dick and Danielle story. I believe Dustin and Joe both applied, right? Isn't that their story? Or am I mixing that with something else? But, like, yeah, how the fuck did they find Carol? Because I know Carol, like, knew nothing about Big Brother. And, like, it was Jessica, the one that they actually cast. But, like, how did Carol get there? When they cast Marianne and Kate from Traders AU. Who the fuck are Marianne and Kate? Wait, are you thinking about Marielle? That was her name, right? Isn't it Marielle? The trader from season 1 that got, like, eliminated, like, midway through? Yeah, Marielle. Okay, yeah, I know who you're talking about then. And people will be all, it's because they got rid of JLP. Yeah. Yeah, I think it'll be like the BB Can situation where like people like look at the change that happened near its cancellation as like that's the reason why it got canceled, and really it was like on a downward slump to begin with. Where like if anything, like obviously that drastic change was made because they were trying to save the show, and like to be fair, I think they still made the wrong call. Like I still think firing JLP was just dumb. Like I don't think it really does much. Like I don't know how many people really tuned into Redemption. Fuck off. I just realized they fucking did Australian Survivor Redemption. Obviously the season's good, but like I mean in the context that they actually did a second chance cast for newbies. But yeah, like like I don't know anyone that actually, or like not that many people that like watch Redemption for like, oh my god, David's gonna be hosting, I need to watch Redemption now. That'd be cool actually. Generally, I wouldn't be opposed to Jackson and Kayla, especially if this could be like the last season of Australian Survivor. It's like, why not put them on? Carol was the daughter of a senator. Oh, yeah, Big Brother. Yeah. I forgot, like some political figure. I don't remember if it was a senator or what, but yeah. It was a little later than midway. Respect my queen. Sure. The queen that you couldn't even remember her name. But yeah. Well, yeah. Obviously, you need redemption for being a truck driver. Also, you mean Caleb, right? By the way. Simon and George again. Wouldn't be that shocked. I mean, like, I feel like you would think if there were returnees, we would have heard that there were going to be returnees by now. But you never know. Because, like, I believe they're filming. So it's like if I remember the Redemption timeline, by the time they started filming, I'm pretty sure we already knew that there were returnees. We didn't know, like, who they were necessarily, but we knew there were returnees. Is there an argument for Jason's boot being the Sass of 49? No. just no. How much would the production be willing to rig the season and make it good? I don't think any more than normal. Because like I feel like they could just edit it differently at that point. Like I don't know what rule, like how it operates in Australia. Like I don't know if they're like the fairness, like now like legal stuff in Australia to where I don't know how they have to handle that. But if it's anything like the US, I feel like they would just edit it to make it seem better. Like, if anything, which is like too fair to the Australian Survivor way anyway. Do you imagine Mark? Dude, that's like an insane visual. Think of like a Mark from Australian Survivor shows up during the premiere of season 13 and then gets pushed into the volcano by a velociraptor. that needs to happen. Again, that's how you get ratings up. Again, Big Brother showed that. Big Brother 20 ratings are the highest it's been in a while. That's how you get ratings. You need to bring back a legend like Mark and push him into a volcano. Matt Williams for AU. I mean, generally, why not? I wouldn't be that opposed to that. Is it ever happening? No. But like, if he just showed up on Australian Survivor, I'd be like, okay, sure. See how it goes. Yeah, like yeah, imagine just like two like yeah, like imagine like the former Big Brother hosts are there as rivals or something. Need more volcano manslaughters. We do. That is, again, what gets ratings. That's why people watch the Big Brother premiere, was to see Rachel get thrown into a volcano. Willard and Tom on Rivals, sure. What is the most random Survivor like U.S. rivalry that they could bring? Like, I don't even fucking know. Like, Ruth Marie and Bob Dog. Like that would be funny. It's like, oh, he dragged me by my shirt one time. Two players from AU 2002. That'd be very funny too. Yeah, who would it'd be like Katie? Oh, actually, no, you can't do Katie and Rob. What rivalries are there even on that season? Like outside of Kate, like that'd be like Katie and Rob. But like obviously, rest in peace, Rob. What was I actually forgot his name? What is his name? The guy that was like good at challenges? Greg? No, not Greg. Craig? I don't remember his name. Whatever, that guy. Like, I don't know. Did he have a rivalry with someone that wasn't Rob? Katie and Shona? Maybe. I don't know. They have that much of a, like a rivalry. Actually, you can't bring Joel back either. Yeah, generally couldn't tell you. I can tell you a rivalry from that season that you could actually do. Maybe 2006. We need like fucking Gabrielle and Justin. They need to be back. That's Gabrielle's my friend, but she didn't vote for me at the end. I need redemption. I need to make her vote for me this time. Cassidy and Ryan. Yeah, we need Cassidy and Ryan, surely. I watch Fetch with Ruffman. No, I have no clue what that is. I've never heard that in my entire life. Shannon and Michael from NZ1. Yeah, maybe. Or yeah, if we're doing NZ1, we should do Sala and Barb. He called me a turd that should be flushed down the toilet. I've not gotten to Outlast yet. I will soonish. I was gonna say maybe by next stream, but that's a lie because I'm streaming probably tomorrow. But like maybe by Sunday? I don't know. We'll see. Like so I finished One Piece yesterday. So I'm done watching One Piece up to Egghead. Then what was the thing I watched? I watched Amazing Race Canada, and then watched Laced Up Lauren's Amazing Race stuff, which I'll get caught up on that. I still want to finish watching Lasers Assassin's Creed Black Flag remake playthrough. After that, I'll watch Outlast. It was actually a competitive show. It sounded like competitive. Like I was guessing it would be like a show like Blue's Clues or something. Two Sasuke competitors. Yeah, what if it's like fucking Morimoto and Miyaoka? I can't wait. Like no, almost no one here will get that reference. Rome's crying DR was so unserious. I think it's like Rome crying looks kind of funny. Like it looks like he's like smiling while he's like crying. So like I don't know, it just looks kind of funny. They had challenges for points over the season with one kid winning by the end. So I assume there's like no eliminations then. Matt and Dave from NZ2. Yeah, actually, that could be kind of interesting. I feel like they would just work together, though, if I were to guess. But I don't know, maybe. Who could they get? Could they get someone from, like, Traders NZ or something? Might be Rome's final night. Yeah, very much could be. I think I'm at the point where I am kind of content with Rome going home at this point. Where like I think at the start of the week I was definitely like I want Rome to go. At this point I'm kind of like yeah, Rome goes. It's like whatever. I don't really care either way. I think at this point I probably want Melody to stay the most, which is funny because I think I said last night that I want Melody to go the most. But yeah, I think at this point I'm kind of more. I think Melody staying is probably the more interesting thing. To just like further cause this divide between, or like the further like. Because, like, obviously Melody leaving would, like, cause a little divide with Drew and the others. But, like, I feel like actually Melody staying causes more of the divide. I finished the whole drama retrospective. Fetch should be next. That's never happening. Generally so classic Big Brother coded. Who is this? Haley, I'm assuming. Like, I'm just going to guess it's Haley. Yeah. Yeah, what is this? Haley said a coworker gained 76 pounds during her pregnancy. 12 baby twins. Should be scarred to have girls. What? Like, what is this statement? What? Yeah, cool. Yeah, Haley kind of sucks. I mean, like, she's like, kind of more interesting TV than I was expecting, but also like, she seems like a very questionable person. Not and like that's not the thing I'm referring. That comment's not the thing I'm referring to. I'm referring to the other stuff. Yeah, sounds like a thing you would say a long time ago. I definitely do see the Haley Angela comparison at this point. I actually feel like even gameplay wise, they're kind of playing. I mean, not even really actually, because like to be fair to Haley, Haley's actually like way more active than Angela. But I feel like the way that Haley comes off to other people is very Angela. To clarify, Angela BB20, not Angela Murray. If Drew wins HOH, are the vets going to tell him to nominate Melody and distrust him if he doesn't? Yes. I can assure you, yes. Does it mean Kamu is Tyler? Maybe. I was thinking like Chuck kind of gives me like Brett vibes from like early season. Like obviously Brett ended up being a better character later on, but I think like early Brett, where he just seemed kind of like he was just kind of in the background. Chuck going on a Casey run. I mean, yeah, I guess he could be Casey to a degree. Haley gives drunk Stephanie to me. Yeah, I can see that. Gives more Christmas. Yeah, I can see that too. I think that's also a decent one. Johnny Bananas and Cara Maria for AU rivals. I wouldn't be opposed to that. Like I would rather see them on Australian Survivor than Survivor proper. Especially because I feel like Johnny Bananas kind of fits in Australian Survivor. I don't think Johnny Bananas fits in like modern Survivor US. Like I feel like he just sticks out like a sore thumb if he was there. But like him on Australian Survivor, I'm like, okay, yeah, that sounds about right. D is Rachel Swindler. Maybe? I don't know. Most likely run up between. My first instinct is to say Haley. But I also feel like she's probably just not going to get there. Who's someone that's likely to get there but then won't get voted? Maybe like Lala? I don't know. Maybe crazy if AU and make it different as possible from US. I mean, I think they kind of already are. I feel like modern Rachel Riley's not as, like, I don't know. I like, kind of. But, like, not in the banana. Because, like, Bananas is, like, in, like, a very vulgar way. Like, Bananas is the type of person that's, like, gonna make very crude jokes in that sort of... Like, I don't feel like that fits with the Survivor brand. I feel like Rachel, like, just being kind of, like, messy is, like, not the same thing. Like, I think Rachel definitely is way more palatable than a Bananas on Survivor. Lala runner-up to D makes sense. Yeah, maybe. Thoughts on Matrix 34? It's pretty boring. From what I've watched. I've only watched the first, like, I don't know, boring's right. I mean, like, it's just, like, kind of not, it doesn't feel special in any way. I think it's probably, because, like, the Sharik stuff still happens. That's still fun. Dom is still a great character. Like, there's still the fun, like, characters here and there early on. But it's, like, that's about all the season has going for it. Like, and, like, from what I remember about the season kind of dies after Sharik goes. To where I haven't gotten to that point yet, but I feel like if I were to guess, I would say the season's gonna end up being kind of bad by the end of the rewatch, but we'll see. What's more likely, a Survivor pre-Juror season, Big Brother, or Survivor? It's not even close. Big Brother will never happen. Survivor might possibly happen at some point. Worst thing Rachel said last season was, "Don't from Queen, you'll be beheaded." Yeah. Again, I think modern Rachel's like fairly tame. It's like, obviously she plays it up for drama at points, but like it's not like she says anything like problematic in the modern day. Who's the Caitlyn of this season? Probably. No, I was gonna say Angela, but I guess not. Yeah, Pipe Queen, maybe the Pipe Queen. I don't know. Pipe Queen's actually more like independent though. Like, if anything, actually, like I feel like Mallory, like, better or for worse, is probably the, like, one of the more individualistic thinkers here. It's like, I don't feel like she's someone that's like gonna be manipulated, and I could be wrong. Like, it would be fine if Mallory becomes HOH and gets like completely like snowed by like Angela or something. But I don't really see her as like the Caitlyn that like Tyler's gonna be able to go in there and like completely like sway her, like, to target her own people. I see Angela and Dee flipping to Taylor and Lala long term. I agree. Well, I don't know if I agree. I think that is an option. I think if Devins goes in particular, I think that is where they will go. I think if Devins goes, I could see them dropping Drew and Barrett and then try to play like it becomes more so, instead of the middle between the Crossroads and Red Corner, it's now Red Corner and then the Taylor Lala alliance. I prefer Survivor, pre-Juror season, Return of the Outcasts. I'll take both. I mean, like, I think I would probably say pre-Juror season just to give more of the pre-Jurors a chance. Because, like, the people that are on Return of the Outcasts, like, from the post-Juror tribe, those people are coming back anyway, likely. Where, like, pre-Jurors don't come back that often. So I would say I would rather have a pre-Juror season just to give, like, more of those sort of people a chance. But I'll take either. Concept of Angela snowing somebody. I mean, to be fair, she kind of did this week to a degree. Melody realistically fits the Caitlyn formula, kind of. I don't know if Melody's very like I think position in the house is in the Caitlyn spot. I don't know if she's like gonna be like manipulated in the same way, but for I can see, yeah, maybe like if Drew is the Tyler, maybe Drew can do something like that. Why is Angela's paranoia at a million with Drew? Couldn't tell you. I mean, supposedly it's because like he reminds her of Quinn, right? I think Angela and Dee should sacrifice Devin sooner rather than later. I don't. I think Devins is a really good shield for them. I don't think it really makes sense to get rid of him. Oh yeah, Bedrock Challenge finale is happening. That's a thing. Which, yeah, there's one good outcome to that. We'll see if that happens. Drew's way more loyal to Melody than Tyler was to Caitlyn. Yeah. I mean, like, I don't think Drew's like particularly loyal to Melody in the grand scheme, but like he is like, he's not gonna like take her out. And like, see, for Tyler wasn't wanting to take Caitlyn out. I actually don't think that's that. I don't know. It's not by that much. I think Drew can stop Angela's paranoia. Yeah. Will Natalie Anderson win Bedrock? I hope so. If she doesn't, then what the fuck did I just watch? I think that's really depressing. Am I a Drewlity truther? Genuinely, yes. Like, I think 100%. If they stay in the house for much longer, I think they're definitely going to be in a showman's. like you could just tell, like even more than like Corey in America, like there you could just tell that like something's brewing there. Um, who's got the Bedrot winner edit? I think it's Natalie, but that's also maybe Cope. But I'm hoping it's Natalie. If it's not Natalie, then fuck me. Melodrew's real. Tyler didn't actually like Caitlyn. Yeah, in terms of that, it's true. But I also feel like as of right now, I don't think Drew's actually loyal to Melody. Like I think it's a spot where if the crossovers want Melody out, I think Drew would just go along with it. Like he'll be annoyed, but I think he would just go along with it. Like where I think at this point, like it's kind of like how Corey treated America like early on in their relationship, where it's like he likes her, wants to keep her around, but won't actually fight for her. And like obviously they'll change like in a couple weeks probably, if not next week. But yeah, I think as of right now he's willing to drop her. Why do I care who wins Bedrock Challenge? I don't actually care, but I just think one outcome is way better than the other. Like, so spoiler for Bedrock Challenge. It's between Natalie Anderson and like a really cocky, douchey guy that's just won like every challenge. So it's like, I would rather Natalie Anderson win. Like, that would be more fun than this like cocky, douchey guy who won every challenge. And it's like, Natalie's a better story there. And also I just like Natalie Anderson more. Who do you think will win the power first of the newbies? Feeling it's Kirk. I was actually thinking possibly Drew. I think Drew is starting to get like Drew has a pretty good edit. And I think Drew's also popular within the superfan community as well. So I feel like things can align for Drew to get it. I do think Kamu is also a pretty high option, though. What's the Joker polls right now? Because I feel like that's probably an indicator. Not fully, obviously, but to some degree. Drew's number 1. Drew's number 1 on Jokers. That's kind of surprising. Yeah, Drew, Devins, D, Melody, Mallory. Like, I think Devins is going to get this one, right? I think it'll be Devins, then D, and then, yeah, I can see Drew getting it after that. I don't think that's that crazy. Kamu definitely is way more liked by casuals than this, though. Like, he'll definitely be up there. Lyric could also get one, especially if Rome goes. I feel like Lyric will probably go. Like, I think Lyric got a pretty good edit this episode. Yeah, I feel like those are probably the main options. Like, Barrett's just not on the show enough. Mallory, I think, is fine, but also just, like, not on the show that much recently. Melody also, like, has gotten a pretty decent edit, too, so, like, I kind of see that, too. Gosh, it's so funny to laugh at. He's so out of touch with reality. Yeah, I mean, Yash just kind of sucks. I do think Drew, like, from a feeds perspective, like, does feel like the main character. Where, like, even if he's not, because, like, he's, like, the one that's, like, has the most, like, connections in the game. And then also even, like, from, like, other perspectives, he's being brought up quite a bit, right? Because, like, even from, like, Melody, when she's talking to Lyric, like, Drew's coming up a lot. When, like, obviously within D and Angela, they're talking about Drew a lot. So, like, it really does feel like Drew's kind of, like, the central, like, character right now. This is a really bad twist fairness-wise upon the season? Yeah. Like, I think that's the point. Like, obviously they knew that. That was the intention. Like, they obviously are trying to help out the returnees as much as possible. Someone surprised Jason's last. I'm not. I feel like Jason's clearly, like, hated by casuals, right? I think Drew will run into a respect problem at the end. I think he can. I don't think fundamentally, like, I don't think at this point, like, I would not be worrying about that just yet. But, like, yeah, it's like, it could go either way. It depends on how he plays it. I feel like I think there's a way he can, like, come off as endearing like Dan did, or he could just come off as, like, weaselly like Vince did. Like, Why is Jason hated by casuals? The Angela situation. Like the edit like portrayed like Jason as like this massive like villain character and gave like Angela this like glowing edit. It's like again that was like clearly a thing to like again first give Angela the power, but then also the villainize Jason. I mean, Jason did ask fans to hate him, but that came after fans actually hated him. Cool, Jason leaving this week. Generally, I'm at the spot where like I don't really care between Jason and Rome. I'm kind of fine either way. I think again, keeping Melody, I think probably keeps around the most like tension within the majority group. To where between Jason and Rome, it's like I think both are pretty dead at this point, to be honest. I mean, which we'll talk about when we get to the power ranking. But like Jason, obviously, I've been saying is dead. I even think Rome is dead at this point. Like, obviously, Rome can recover probably more than Jason, but also it's like there's no fucking way Rome's gonna be able to like get all the way to the end at this point. Like his side would literally need to win power over and over and over and over again, for him to actually get to the end. It's like I just cannot imagine Rome being able to win out from this point on. To especially considering like even like Lala is like kind of burned by him. Like people are willing to drop him already. Like really just outside of Lyric, it feels like everyone else is like kind of willing to vote him out. So it's like I just don't see the long term potential at this point. It comes on Saturday, the 50 review. Jason would likely have gone up last week if it yeah, maybe. I just think Rome's probably more likely. I don't know, it depends because like at that point Dee had a pretty good relationship with Jason, so like I don't know if she actually would have thrown Jason on the block. Like I feel like Rome was probably the person that was the most like easy to put up, especially considering Red Corner wanted Rome by that point. Well, slight chance of tie BB 11 upside, like I guess. But like even that's like a very weird situation. Like that's like literally again like you literally comping out from Final 11 on. It's like could it happen? Yeah, but like it's obviously just not likely to happen. Yash has basically dropped him. Yeah. Yeah, Yash is now bonding with like Devins and Barrett and Drew, right? For sure by Monday it was out that he was targeting the vets and Angela Ray knew he was against her. We're talking about Jason? Which yeah, I know that was out, like I know it was out about the Angela stuff, but I don't think but like Dee still maintained a pretty good relationship with him to where like I think it still would have been Rome, considering that's also what Red Corner would have wanted. So like it just would have been the easier move to make. Yeah, it's like the something dappers, isn't it? What were they called? Wasn't it like two words that started with a D? Should we do the power ranking? I think we probably should start. Yasha, yeah, he thinks he's making the pretty. Yeah, Dapper Dans, that's what it is. Yeah, Dapper Dans. Yeah, what iconic alliance that's gonna be. Want Jason Rome to stay just for the drama factor. I actually feel like Melody's thing is more drama. Because I feel like Rome's in a spot where like just everyone expects Rome to go to where like I feel like Melody staying is like more drama within the majority group at least. Because like I feel like Jason and Rome staying, it's like all that's doing is just like okay, Jason and Rome are targeted next week for like the majority of people anyway. Like it doesn't really change that much. Like it just becomes another situation where like most people are probably just putting them on the block again. Where like I feel like at least the Melody Drew like thing can become an interesting storyline, especially if like Dee and Angela, especially if like Drew wins HOH or something, and then Dee and Angela are like really pushing. Yeah, unless they win HOH, but then it's just a 1 week, like it's just 1 week later. It's just the same thing's gonna happen again. Like I feel like at this point, it's like I would rather have one of them go. I think having both as these big targets just doesn't really do much. I feel like one of them in the house is fine. I think two of them just becomes like in the current blockbuster world, it's just like they're just gonna be put up, and I don't know, I think it just leads to a more boring week. Like I think there's a lot more intrigue if there's only one of them, and then that person has like two opportunities to save themselves, and if they're safe, then a lot of craziness can happen. Where otherwise, it's like, okay, Roman and Jason are up next week, and like, yeah, one can win the veto, the other one can win blockbuster, but like in the chance that I don't know, it's like I just feel like it becomes like more stagnant if both of them stay. They make their enemies beg for forgiveness and gain power. Flop. I think with Jason, it's just an outright flop. And even with again, like I think the problem with Rome is just that like he's too big of a target now. Like I just cannot imagine Rome actually recovering to the point where he doesn't need to win out. Yeah, that is interesting. So yeah, this one likely will become that puzzle challenge they did like last couple seasons, because like they have followed the same thing, right? Week 1 was also the same like style of competition. So yeah, likely this will be the Tucker I Like Puzzles challenge, which like it's between Jason and Rome, right? I'm not sure which one wins that. Like Jason almost won this veto, and like that was a puzzle comp. Rome like won that like balancing comp, but that's not really like the same. So like I don't know how good he is at like just like a raw like jigsaw sort of puzzle. But it's definitely between them. Like I'd be surprised if Melody's able to win that, especially considering it is pretty like physical to carry the big pieces and everything. Actually, if I remember right, didn't they not make them carry them last season? They did in 26, but not in 27, right? Like in 27, didn't they have them like right at the starting point or something? Like they had the puzzle at the starting point or something. Anyway, was it a good week? Yeah, it's a great week. Dare I say, one of the best second weeks in Big Brother history. Yeah, did they have to carry them in 27? I could have remember. I feel like I remembered they changed it. Because I remember 26, that was the big talking point, is that like no one had a chance outside of Tucker because like it was so hard to carry them. So I felt like I remembered in 27 they made it better. To like Adrian still had like the advantage, but it wasn't like as big of an advantage. Raquel's second weeks now. I'm literally doing that video. Like like that's why like I'm literally making that video. Like that's what next week's video is. I mean, know what the blockbuster is because they've done it the last 2 seasons. Like we don't know for sure, obviously, but like it's likely to be the same thing, considering they did the same thing for first HOH or first blockbuster too. Like it'll definitely be used at some point this season. Considering like last season they essentially just recycled competitions too, right? So it's like I would assume this year they'll also just recycle the same blockbusters. But again, like they could shake up the order for all we know. Has Big Brother been nominated for an Emmy? No. It never should either. Yeah, like a ball rolling one, the rope untangling one will be there. Tower for Noi, are they gonna do that? It took them a while last time, right? So maybe not. But then the one that Chelsea did, what was that one again? It was that they had to unscramble the letters. Like that'll probably be back at some point. Oh yeah, but yeah, balls in the tunnel thing. Yeah, it's like all those sort of comps. When like Grodner thought White Locust could get Big Brother Emmy, yeah. I mean, again, at least like again, say all you will about Jeff Probst, but at least he's making a show that is worthy of being nominated for an Emmy. Imagine Big Brother trivia. Then Jason wins, right? You would think in this spot. Who made it? Melody made a Janelle reference, right? That kind of surprised me. Yeah, Melody did talk about how she's not good at puzzles. Pickleball match, yeah. Oh, I forgot about that, actually. I didn't watch it, but yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, 50 is re-airing now, isn't it? Like, it's re-airing after the Big Brother episodes. See, that's kind of funny. Which, again, just in time for my review. Thank God. Again, thank God my review's relevant to a degree. Yeah, Rachel will get the Emmy. The show won't get the Emmy. Rachel, no, the Velociraptor will get the Emmy for Best Actor. Need to get on my Janelle shit. Yeah, it depends on what she's talking about by that. If only Melody really like puzzles. Yeah. Too bad she doesn't. If Jason Truel plays for Rome in tomorrow's blockbuster, is Rome coming off the block? No. I think Rome has a better chance than Jason Truel. Especially if it's the BB26 version of it. I did see someone posted that. I think like Becca Devins responded to a tweet that said that. That like casuals are confused over why are Devins and D on two shows at the same time. Skeezer MAGA? I've heard people talk about it, but that would just be very surprising to me. So I don't know. Yeah, Troy Davis might win an Emmy. Chuck Kamu Yash convo again. How exciting! Yeah, I literally see that right now. Yeah, they are talking. I guess Yash told them that Taylor told him that Jason has the votes to stay. Does Jason have the votes to stay? I don't think he does, right? Unless that changed recently. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that, actually. AU Rivals is supposed to be a smaller cast, isn't it? I kind of forgot about that. It's supposed to be a smaller cast and a shorter season, isn't it? Nightmare Final 4 is Yash, Kamu, Chuck, Haley. Yeah, that's not fun. At least in that world, like, Kamu's a good player, I guess. But, like, yeah, that'll be pretty miserable. Jason will have the votes to stay without Angela on board. Yeah. I doubt that's happening. Then again, I'm too fair against Melody. Who the fuck knows? But probably not, though. Doesn't Rome go home if Melody wins Blockbuster? Yeah. I think Rome goes home no matter what at this point. Like, as long as he loses Blockbuster, he goes home. If Rachel gets revived when jury starts, and actually, that'd be so funny. I would love to see that. That's never happening, but like, that'd be. Actually, I don't know how much I would love to see that, but that would be very funny for them to do, though. Is Rachel like joins the game at the jury phase, as like payback. The thing that's shit is that she'd just be booted right after, so like it actually isn't that good. I mean, like, it isn't good in many ways. Like, obviously, it's not good in the fairness sort of way, but it's not good in terms of like Rachel wouldn't have a shot when coming back in that spot, but still. It was underdog Blockbuster win. Probably what, MJ beating Tucker? Maybe? I don't know. Like, really just anyone beating Tucker? I mean, like, Keanu, it's like, is it really, like, I don't know. Like, Keanu beating Zach and Vince, it's like, yeah, that was very possible. It's like, yeah, it was like a spot where, like, he was dead to rights and it was exciting that he won, but also it's like, I expected that. That wasn't that shocking. Oh, yeah, that's also one. Yeah, Mickey beating Morgan and Riley is also a pretty big one. Yeah, MJ beating Rubina by split second, yeah. But that wasn't really an underdog win, though. Like, that was a spot where, like if Rubina won, that would have been an underdog win. But, like, MJ's like, yeah, I was kind of expecting MJ to win this. Like, how did MJ almost lose this is kind of the more crazy thing. Yeah, Keanu beating Ashley and Will, that was very difficult for him to do. Yeah. We'll do the power ranking. Which we're doing what, reverse alphabetical still? MJ last my run-up ranking. I don't remember. I haven't done my run-up ranking in a very long time, but I would assume she's... Yeah, she would probably have to be at the bottom, right? If not the bottom, then like at least like second to last or something. But yeah, like maybe she is just the bottom. Yeah, she was going home week 4, so like, that's pretty bad. Riley eviction, the best eviction in Big Brother history. It's up there. I think it's the most exciting from where we were in the season. It probably like it's certainly up there. Is MJ just woo? Yes. I mean, genuinely, woo is worse. Because like at least Chelsea was loyal to MJ and was gonna take MJ to the end and whatever. Like Woo like did all this for someone that was gonna cut him. So we're like, I think actually Woo's worse. In terms of like the decision at the end. But yeah, like essentially though. Yeah, they definitely need to change the order of the votes. Yeah, especially because like a lot of the Riley votes were first, right? It's like that kind of mess with things. And like like Ava was like kind of like midway through. Were Wu and Tony close at all postseason? They were best friends, clearly. I wonder if Tony and Wu ever hung out like one time. Like, has Tony seen Wu like once in the last like 11 years? Yeah, it was like 5-1 or something. Julie's still traumatized after they switched the order on the Jimmy vote. It is funny that we go from Ashley doing that to going on to win the season. And just Cody 2.0. To a degree, yeah. I think Cody's even more understandable than MJ. Because at least Cody had like a semblance of doubt. With the like pact to not vote for Victoria and like MJ, it's just a spot where like she recognized that Cam was a goat, but she was like, yeah, I still might as well go to the end of Chelsea. I think last season was Julie Young Insta right after the episode talking about how traumatized she was from Ashley switching her away. When MJ dominates All Stars 3 after learning to process information, that would be very depressing, but also not completely unreasonable. Still find it annoying MJ would have won if she took Cam. I do too. I have that clip somewhere, right? Are that close? It doesn't even matter. I'm not gonna bother looking for it anyway. But yeah, now let's actually start the power ranking. Power ranking for episode or after. Fuck, I restarted the intro. The Chelsea's final 3 position changed to you because you know that Chelsea thought she would lose to her. To a degree. I mean, the Chelsea. I don't remember actually. Did she? She didn't think she was losing the. Like MJ for sure, right? Wait, actually, no, she did talk about that post-game press, right? I don't even fucking remember anymore. That is a thing, though. Yeah, that is a thing, right? That Chelsea talked about post-show. That she thought that MJ might beat her. Yeah, I think that was Chelsea. Yeah, she thought she would lose 4-3, yeah. I don't know. Anyway. Alright, power ranking for... dude, okay. What, I need to actually... Like, what am I calling this? After the Wednesday episode? Yeah, either way, whatever. Power ranking after Wednesday episode of dude, okay, fuck me. I can't fucking say it can't even say an intro. Calm Kama's been respectful of Jason in the house at least. Like to Jason, like yeah, like to his face, yeah. It is episode 7, but also it's like I'm not even counting it as episode 7. Anyway, all right, power ranking after the Wednesday episode of week 2 of Big Brother 28. Yash, number 1, best player of all time, gonna dominate the season, has the Dapper Dans. Again, the real alliance with Devins, Drew, and Barrett. They're gonna run the show. Clearly. Yeah, Yash sucks. I think generally Yash might be the person that I have the least amount of faith in to actually win this season at this point. Like he's not gonna be at the bottom of the power ranking because like he's not going home this week. But generally, Yash just kind of sucks. Like, he brings, like, nothing. He's, like, just delusional in his position in the game. He was somehow blindsided when, like, Rome gets renommed. And, again, he has this, like this kind of open reputation at this point in the house for being misogynistic. To where, like, the women are just, like, we just know that Yash is never going to work with us. To where it's, like, I find it very difficult to see him, like, getting the respect of a jury by the end of this rate. So it's like, I think Yash is pretty doomed. It's like, yeah, is he going home soon? Maybe not. And generally, I think Yash is actually like a pretty good number for someone like a Devins, like Drew Barrett, like considering he wants to be in a deal with them. Like, I actually think like if Devins is able to like pick him up as a number, like that's a very strong number for Devins. But also Devins is Devins, so it probably won't. But okay, I think Yash is like, he's probably there for a bit at this point. I mean, to be fair, he could also just be like an easy pawn, and that is fairly likely also that he is an easy pawn and could go home if like Blockbuster plays out poorly. To where, yeah, again, like he just kind of sucks. Taylor, number 1. Taylor, I think, is on the upswing, kind of. Like I think since the last power ranking, the alliance with Lala, Angela, and Dee formed. Which I don't like. It doesn't seem like a real alliance. I believe Dee and Angela have already like ratted that alliance out, but also like it's at least something. And like I wouldn't be shocked if like Dee and Angela are like gonna hold that in their back pocket at least. And also just like no one's targeting Taylor. And I think Taylor's also someone that is like seemingly intentional. Now I don't know if that's like in how passive she like she's playing very passively at this point, but at least she seems intentional in that. And again, I don't think that's necessarily the right strategy. I think she should probably be trying more to like get herself into groups and whatnot. But like, the fact that there is intentionality in how she's playing, I think is interesting at least. So where like I wouldn't be that shocked if she like turns it up towards the end. It's where I actually feel like okay about Taylor at this point, especially because I don't think she's going home anytime soon. Yeah, that is bad, right? That she seemingly is out of the loop on this vote. Like, that's not good. Considering, yeah, it seems like she does think that Jason is staying right now. Like, that's not great. But also, it's like, I don't know anyone going after Taylor in the near future. Like, obviously, she could just be a pawn because she's been nominated before, but I don't even hear much talk about that. It doesn't really feel like that's the case. Oh, is that a thing? It's a ploy to get people to vote the other way? I don't... Well, either way, it doesn't really matter. But still, it's like either way, it's like I feel like Taylor's in the spot where she's going to be there for a while. I think she definitely has like potential to pick it up later down the road. I do worry it will be like a bit too late. Like I do worry that she's going to be like the Mimi of the season. In that like there is like intentionality there, but she just like never ends up gaining the social capital to really do anything about it by the end. But again, I think there is some potential there at least. Rome, number 1. By number 1, I mean number 3. Rome's going home. Likely, again, if he doesn't win, she's worse than Mimi as a player. Maybe, probably. I don't know. I mean, yeah, probably at this point in the season, probably yeah. I think if she turns it up later in the game, then I would give her the edge. But yeah, I think Mimi, like, at this point in the game was obviously, like, better situated. Like, was more, like, had the, what was that alliance called? But had, like, wait, Bye Bye Bitches, right? That's what it was called. Anyway, like, she was at least in groups with, like, Serene in them, where, like, Taylor's, like, has, like, Lala and, like, kind of Jason, but, like, isn't really in the greatest, like, overall position. And, like, obviously has the, like, Dee and Angel thing, but that's not really real. Worst player, Rome or Ashley? I'd probably go... Actually, generally, maybe... I think you could make the argument for Rome. Like, Rome's in a spot here where, like, I don't think he played that poorly to be on the block. Like, I still think it's an insane move from Devins to target Rome this week. I just think that was, like, horrible in, like, multiple angles. And, like, obviously you can criticize Rome for, like, not, like, doing enough to stop it. But I also don't feel like Rome did that much actively wrong. That being said, like, once he's on the block, I don't think he's been, like, campaigning effectively. And, like, to be fair, it's like, I think he was kind of screwed either way. But, like, I mean, like, it's poor threat management, but it's also, like, he tried to fix that. And, like, it's, like, because, like, he made the deal with Devins. Like, that, oh, we're going to watch out for each other's threats. And, like, that should have worked. Like, that is what the optimal play is for Devins. For Devins to just, like, throw that away is, like, bad for both of them. Where it's like, I really think the decision to target Rome here is just nonsensical from Devins. It just makes absolutely no sense to me. Like, I get what his logic is. I just think it's bad. Like, the notion of, like, oh, Rome has an army around him. Like, we need to take out Rome before his army takes over. But it's like, does it matter that much? Like, if his army, like, gains some power when you have a deal with Rome and you're probably, like, one of the lesser people, like, you're not being targeted by him. I don't know. It's like, I think overall, like, targeting Rome, I think is bad. He should just settle for, like, targeting Jason. I think that would have been fine. I think, like, full-on declaring war against Rome and everything's bad. But, anyway, like, now that Rome's on the block, he's pretty dead to rights if he doesn't win Blockbuster. And I think at this point, I just feel less faith in Rome to do anything about it, even after he wins Blockbuster. Like, even if he stays beyond this week, it's like, yeah, he's good at comps, so, like, maybe he wins HOH. Maybe he's able to, like, take a shot at, like, Devins or, like, really probably, like, land on, like, Haley or something. But, like, yeah, like, he could do that. But, like, I have no faith in Rome to be able to, like, maintain this long term. Like, he's already in the spot where, like, coming into this week, he had, like, a lot of, like, individual allies. Through this week, it's like a lot of those are kind of gone. Like, Yash is someone that was seemingly loyal to him. Yash is kind of defected to like, Devins, Drew, and Barrett. Like, he's burned Lala now to where she's, like, not fully trusting him. Even, like, Jason's willing to let him go. Like, Taylor's, like, just everyone's, like, really willing to let him go at this point, outside of Lyric. To where, like, yeah, he can regain some social capital if he wins power, but just, like, I can't imagine this lasting long term at this point. I just don't think there's enough runway there. Where, yeah, I think Rome's just kind of screwed. Where, like, that's the main reason I had him above Jason last time, was like, okay, I think if he stays, there's at least a bit more potential. I don't really feel like there's that much potential even if he stays at this point. So yeah, I have him at 3. Rick Devins. I have to go 1, but I also don't want to. Yeah, it's like, I think I have to go 1, but also Rick Devins kind of sucks after this week. Again, like, it's just frustrating. And, like, it's not any different from last stream. Like, generally, I don't know if his position's really changed that much this last stream. If anything, it's actually better, considering, like, he now has this, like, deal with Yash. Does he have anything else new since last stream? I don't remember anymore. But either way, it's like, he's probably in a better spot now than what he was last stream. But it's also still a spot where, like, he is the biggest target on his side, seemingly. But the thing is, like, I don't know if they can even get him out if they want to. But yeah, I just think he played this week all wrong. And like the fact that he was actually like, yeah, the fact that he was actually like, I don't know if manipulated is the right term, but like guided by Angela into doing this is just very funny. And again, it is like it is a good move for Angela and yeah, I would say D2, right, to get rid of Rome. I think the way they handled it, we'll talk about that later. But like in terms of like the concept of getting rid of Rome, like that is a good move for Angela and D who are pushing on Devins. It's a terrible move for Devins. Like again, like him and Rome had this like secret, again not secret because like Rome told people, but like still like this deal they were intending on keeping true to each other. Like Rome was intending on keeping Devin safe. So again, like to have this like have the leader of the opposing alliance want to keep you safe, is something that's like very powerful in the game, and for you to just throw that away and then also increase your target by winning HOH and veto this week, and also like pissing off Melody and now making I'm too afraid like Jason was always coming after him, but like still it's like I don't. Again, he just like burned his game for like no reason. And too fair, again, Rick Devins is a player that like he plays better from the bottom. I would not be shocked if like once he's out of power, he's able to like get back into a better position, especially if the HOH turns out in this spot where like the red corner wins HOH or something. Like if it's a spot where like he's able to be out of the limelight for this next round, I think he can recover. But I just feel like he played in power just all wrong. Yeah, he did try to throw the HOH, but he didn't try to throw the veto. I think winning HOH is fine. Winning HOH and veto when you didn't need to, I think that was unnecessary. But yeah, like I think Devins, he's in a recoverable position. I just am really irritated by how he played this week. Melody. I'll go 4. I think you could debate Melody with Yash, to be honest, considering I feel like Melody is lock safe right now. And maybe I shouldn't say lock safe, but I'd be surprised if the vote flips on Melody by tomorrow. At least like coming in today, it felt like she was lock safe. I don't know if the votes are going to come together to take Melody out to where, again, she seemingly should be safe. And in that world, I would have more faith in Melody than Yash to go on to win this season. That being said, like I think Melody's just like Melody very much is like the America sort of player to me at this point, of like a player that like most people don't really want to work with, kind of has this like reputation for like being kind of like a schemer, but also isn't like many people's like immediate threats. Like I would not be shocked if Melody like makes it like somewhat deep into the season. I just feel like she's someone that like I find it tough to see her finding her people. Like I feel like Melody is just like I would be surprised to see her find like a core group that actually wants to take her to the end. But I could see her being like one of the last people taken out by the core group that does run the season. Just because there's like people that are more threatening in challenges and whatnot like around her. Like because like even right now, like I would say like Mallory is probably a bigger target for most of the majority than Melody. Like even like Yash might be like looked at as a bigger threat. Like obviously Jason will be. Even like Chuck. Well, Chuck's on the other side, but either way, it's like I think it's a spot where like Melody's not really like I don't know how many people are like actively targeting Melody, as in like Melody needs to go, but it's also a spot where like no one wants to work with her outside of Drew. And like I guess like Lyric and whatnot, but like still, it's like I don't have much faith in her to like actually be able to like gain some power in the season. But like at least she's playing, at least she's trying. But yeah, it's like I don't really have faith in her really being able to do much with that. And again, she's on the block right now. Like generally, if she wasn't on the block at all, like I would just have her above Yash. Okay, cool. But considering she is on the block, I'll dock her a little bit for now, and she'll obviously go up next time. Mallory. I think I have to go 3. Mallory's someone that I really like how she's approaching this game, in the sense that she is like pretty gung-ho of like, I need to target the vets, and that's something I like respect. The problem is that everyone knows this, and even the vets know this, and because that she's becoming a bigger target because of that. To where I do think it's a debate between her and Yash, simply for the fact that I think Mallory is more likely to be targeted next week than Yash. Like, Mallory, I think, is probably one of the more likely people to go from her side next week. Where generally, if like the red corner plus like the red, like the tool shed, that's what they're called, right? If the tool shed alliance wins power next week, I guess outside Barrett, because we'll talk about Barrett. But most of the tool shed wins power next week. Like, they're probably putting up what, like Mallory. Let's say Rome goes home. It's probably like Mallory, Jason, maybe one of Yash or Taylor, maybe Latrice. But anyway, it's like if Jason wins like safety, it's like I could see the target falling onto Mallory at that point. Like I do think she obviously won a competition. Like, she is the pipe queen. But like with that comes like a bit of a target. Especially because she's not really like well insulated enough to be like someone that's not going to be nominated to begin with. So like if she ends up on the block by the end, it's like I would worry for Mallory. But she seems to be fine and challenged. Generally, I could see Mallory being the type of person that wins a lot of blockbusters. Like, she feels kind of like, what do you call it? Kelly Jorgensen-esque. Yeah, it's like, I feel like the red corner, like, is going for Mallory. So, yeah, it's like, I don't feel great about her long-term or I don't feel great about her short-term prospects. However, I think if she's able to survive this, I would have more faith in Mallory, but I also I don't really have much, like, generally, I don't actually really have much faith. I think, at this point, it does feel like she's just becoming a bigger target. So I really want to like Mallory and put her higher, but, I think I'm going to leave her here. And, like, again, I think, like, generally there is an argument between her and Yash, considering I think she's in more danger. But I think she probably has more, like, potential to change that around than Yash. But yeah, it's not looking great for Mallory. Lyric. Lyric's interesting. I'm debating between her and Taylor. Lyric is someone that, like, straight up position-wise... No, actually, no. I think position-wise, Taylor probably is in a better spot. Maybe not. I don't know. I think it's like, I don't think anyone's going for Lyric if Rome goes. I think the thing is, like, if Rome stays, I kind of have conflicted thoughts on the Rome of it all for Lyric, where, like, I do think it is a spot where, like, obviously having Rome in the game is, like, very powerful for her. Like, having this, like, guy who's good at challenges and is this big shield is good for her. However, like, I do, like, most of the times this is, like, said that, oh, if this person was gone, I wouldn't be a target, and, like, I don't actually believe it. I actually do believe it in this case. Like, if Rome goes, I don't think people are looking at Lyric. Like, I do think a lot of the reason why Lyric is even, like, I shouldn't say that, because, like, to be fair, Devins wanted Lyric up despite Rome, even initially, but, like, still, I feel like Lyric's in a spot where, like, most people aren't, like, threatened by Lyric. Like, I think Lyric is generally just, like, is fairly safe, if she were to stay here without Rome. I don't know what her long-term prospects are in that spot, though, where, like, obviously she's not seemingly involved in, like, the core group. Even within her side, I don't know how many, like, true connections she has, considering it feels like a lot of them are, like, through Rome. Or, like, she does have, like, a relationship with Jason. She has a relationship with, like, Mallory and Melody. But, like, how close is she to, like, Latrice? How close is she to, like, Taylor? Like, I feel like there are, like, people that I don't really see her being super, super close to that are on, like, that are supposedly on her side. But then again, like, I do think she has, like, D in her corner. I think D does want to work with her, for a bit. I do think the fact that Taylor at least, like, has an alliance with D is something, though. Where, like, Lyric and D just kind of, like, an understand, but not, like, a formal alliance. And, too, for obviously, the Taylor-D alliance is, like, a fake one. But, like, like it's at least something. Mm. I think I'll still go 2 though. Yeah, I'll still go. I think it's like I think the problem for Taylor, like I think it's like for me this comes down to the fact that I don't think Taylor has enough one-on-one connections, because even though I criticize Lyric for not having many one-on-one connections outside of her group, I don't know if Taylor has that many one-on-one connections in general. Where she really has like what, like Lala, Jason, and then like to a degree Dee and Angela. So yeah, it's like I feel like Lyric has like more actual like relationships that could help her more long term. So go with that. What is this? Angela. What was that in reference to? Are we looking for a reason to nom 3 women? Which one are we talking about? Oh, Yash. Yeah, like Yash probably goes. I don't know anymore. Like he was targeting Haley, right? He might target. Actually, maybe he'll target Melody. Doesn't he want Melody out here? 0 is when the feeds came up. Like this is technically after the unlocked episode, but I'm not going to do this after every unlocked episode. So like this is after that first unlocked episode when the feeds came up. Then the rest of them are after every like proper episode, like not unlocked episode. Jason Melody vote? I believe Jason. So each person will target. Again, Yash, I can see Yash targeting Melody generally. Taylor, I don't know. Like maybe like Devins? I don't know. Who does Taylor target? I generally don't know. Rome would probably target Devins and Haley. Devins can't win HOH, so it doesn't really matter. Melody would probably target Devins, right? Might get dissuaded from it from Drew, but like might target Devins. Taylor's red corner, possibly, yeah. Then Mallory targets D. And then Lyric targets Devins, right? Anyway, Latrice. I think Latrice is in a better spot than she was last stream in the sense that she at least has this like Angela alliance. It actually does seem like Angela does like Lala, right? Which is fine considering like Lala doesn't like her. So like she at least has that going for her at this point. I don't think anyone's targeting Latrice either. I kind of want to go above Mallory just because again I don't think people are targeting Latrice. I don't even think people are like there's not as many people even talking about nominating Latrice anymore. I think like if it's like Mallory versus Latrice on the block, I think Latrice, or I think Mallory goes home in that spot. Drew might target Latrice. Is Drew targeting Latrice? I feel like that feels like a random. Like, would he not go for Jason? Or like, I mean, like Drew might nominate Latrice. I don't know. Is he targeting Latrice though? But yeah. I'll give her the edge over Mallory at this point. I think she's worse than Taylor. I think she's being more talked about than Taylor. And I think she could eventually become like a perpetual pawn. But like I think ultimately it's just a spot where like Latrice isn't a threat. Or like you can say you're going to target Latrice, but when push comes to shove, like, are you really going to vote out Latrice over Jason? Are you really going to vote out Latrice over Mallory? Like, are you really going to vote out, like, Latrice over Yash? It's like, I don't really see that happening. So it's like, I still think she's like, she could definitely be nominated. She could definitely be on the block by the time of Blockbuster, like post-Blockbuster. But I would find it tough to see them actually voting her out in a lot of situations. Like, obviously there are some, like, obviously if she was on the block against like a crossover person, like, obviously, yeah, she would go home. Maybe, I'm too fair, maybe not against Drew. Who the fuck knows against Drew? But still, I just don't think she's like a big enough threat to really target. She's just Ashley. I would say Taylor's more of the Ashley. Like, Taylor's the one that's like, because like Ashley's someone that like by this point in the season was kind of just like on the back burner a bit. Like I feel like Lala's probably more out there than, like, really Lala's probably more of like, actually no, I wouldn't say that actually. I was gonna say Amy, but not really that. I don't know, I think Lala is like a bit more out in front than like Taylor is. Where like Ashley by this point was kind of a bit more like in the background. But anyway, Kamu, Kamu's number one. I mean, yeah, like Kamu's just an easy number one with these people so far. I will say I do think Kamu's position from last stream's slightly worse, in the sense that I know Barrett is talking about nominating Kamu, which is kind of weird. I don't know why he's doing that. Like, obviously, it's like Barrett's in a spot where like he's really like kind of in the center of things, so where like him giving a side too much power is probably not ideal. But also him like putting up Kamu and like him targeting Red Corner seemingly is like, I don't know if that's what you should be doing. Like, I feel like that's just kind of, because like you have an alliance with them. Like, why are you like, because like it's not even like the other side. He doesn't even have an alliance with them. He doesn't even have an alliance with like Melody and like Lyric and like these sort of people, does he? Like, so the fact that like the people that you're talking about nominating are like the people you actually have an alliance with is like seemingly really stupid. It's a positive, the best odds between Jason and Rome. Don't know. Which one? What is this? Anytime now. There we go. My future. Actually, I did see. Yeah. Like, it's funny just how many Lyric like TikToks I see on my like feed now. Thoughts on Thog Mother? Mixed. I think she can be funny, but I don't actually like her. But yeah, Kamu, again, I still think Kamu is in a pretty good spot, though. I think Kamu is probably, like, I think debatably Kamu is the best player of this season. I think he's playing the most optimally. I do think he lacks influence still, though. Like, I think that's probably the big thing, because like he tells people that like what they should be doing, and he's correct in saying that, but like they don't listen to him. So like that's still an issue. Like the fact that he like he was the one to tell D, it's like, hey, I don't think you should be nominating like one of the people in your group. Like, again, that's sound logic. Like, that's actually what she should be doing. But again, she didn't listen to him. So it's like, again, like he has the right idea, but they're not really listening to him. So I think strategically he probably is the best player on this season, but he is still like attached to the red corner. He's still like, he's not the safest player in the world. He's still fairly safe. Like, it would be tough to get him out next week, but it's not possible. Like if he ends up somehow on the block against Lala, like I feel like you got to take the shot at Kamu, right? Like, if Kamu's on the block post-Blockbuster, like, I feel like you kind of have to take the shot at him most times. Is Jason Rome vote unanimous? Probably. I feel like at that point, Lyric would just vote out Rome, right? So probably. Just see how Kamu does if he wins HOH. I feel like it'll probably be the most boring HOH of the season. But yeah, it would be interesting to a degree. Why is it that I think that they won't take someone like Rachel, but they take people from game shows? I don't know. I think part of it is like, I think it's the idea that they're like, because I think with like Rachel in particular, like she's so known for Big Brother that in their minds, it's like if they cast someone from Big Brother, it's like as if they're saying that like Big Brother, I don't know, it's like them giving Rachel it's them giving Big Brother like too much props in their eyes, I think. Yeah, it's like too much of a, like, I think for that, there's like too much of a legacy there, is what I would like guess. Like obviously I don't like fully know, but like, yeah, I would guess that's probably what they would be leaning towards. Is that Jeff is like, yeah, this is a Big Brother person. I mean, like, the floor is not really, like, the floor is a show where it's, like, 1 out of 100 people. It's, like, the floor doesn't really matter. Like, Big Brother is, like, you're one of, like, only, like, at the time, Rachel, like, you were one of only 13 people on a show, and you're also, like, the biggest character on that show, and also you're a legend of that show. Like, it's very different than, like, a random person who was on the floor, or, like, a random person who was on Beast Games, even. Or like Drew. Like if Drew was on Survivor, like that wouldn't shock me. Like if some random guy who was in like one episode of Beast Games and got eliminated right away, if that person was on Survivor, it's like, yeah, that's probably fine. Like I don't think Jeff would bat an eye at that. But again, for like someone like Rachel, who's like, again, the Bailey, the queen of Big Brother, it's like, I think that's probably a step too far in his eyes. Which all this is very relevant to the power ranking. Jason, number 9. Jason's probably could potentially go home tomorrow. Okay, what the fuck just happened? Can I not hit the 1 key? There we go. Yeah, Jason's going home if Rome wins Blockbuster, which is a decent chance. Again, generally I think it's between Jason and Rome, and I don't think there's like, again, if it is like the puzzle comp from last 2 seasons, like I don't think there's a vested interest either way. Like it's kind of like it could really go either way. I do think I still stand, like, my opinion of Jason's really the same though. Like it's really more so my opinion of Rome went down since last stream. My opinion of Jason's kind of just stayed the same. Like he still, like, I don't think he has much potential long term. I guess, like, to be fair, he does still like kind of have like Lala and Taylor. So that's something. But again, I still think he's, like, if he stays, he's probably still the target for most people next week. Like, I would assume he's still in a lot of danger. Who is he targeting at this point? He's still probably targeting Devins, right? Which, yeah, I forgot to talk about that with Latrice. Who's Latrice targeting? Like, is she targeting Devins also? Or is she talking Red Corner, maybe? It's either, like, Red Corner or Devins, probably. And what Kamu's targeting, like, Mallory, and then potentially Jason. Like, those 3 people. Mallory winning HOH would be a lot of fun. I would love to see that. But yeah, Jason's pretty screwed. Haley, I could definitely see Kamu being the next HOH. Like, that very much feels like the, like, Derek style HOH. Derek BB16, obviously. Of, like, someone that's able to, like, calm down the entire house and make it boring. Anyway, Haley is in a better spot than last stream. Still not great. Like, I think, like, it feels like there's less talk about targeting Haley nowadays, but there's still people that would target her. She still isn't particularly popular. People still don't love her, but, like, she at least is, like, getting in with, like, Dee and Angela. That's something. I say Derek ruined Big Brother. Yes. He did. But yeah, anyway, yeah, I would go. Am I going above or below Yash? I think is my debate. I do think she's on the upswing. I do think, though, for Haley, it's very difficult to see her winning this game. Like, I think she's someone that, even if she makes it to the end, I don't think she wins. Like, I stand by the opinion that, yeah, she's, like, very Angela Rummans coded. She is, like, Christmas Abbott coded. And the fact that she could make it to the end, but I don't know if a jury's, like, rewarding her with the win, which, I mean, to be fair, if Christmas would have won against Paul, for whatever that's worth. Actually, would she have? I forgot. I think we played this out and maybe Paul does win 5-4. No, wait, Christmas does win, right? I don't know. Either way, whatever. Either way, it's still close. It's like almost the same thing, right? No, Josh beats Christmas. Yeah, is it the same thing of Christmas? What was the situation that we were talking about that Paul could win? Oh, Paul beats Kevin? Was that what it was? I remember there was like a weird situation where Paul wins. Paul beats Kevin and Raven. Yeah, maybe that's what I'm thinking of. Either way. Josh's final 3 positioning was good? Not really. Because, like, Christmas was taking Paul. If Christmas was taking Josh, then yeah. Let's Paul beat Kevin. If it's against Kevin, Matt. Well, he gets Josh Christmas, Matt Raven, and then he just needs one more. I guess it would come down to Alex. Yeah, like Alex is pretty anti-Kevin, but also she might also still be anti-Paul in that spot. I don't know. Anyway, Haley, yeah, I think I'll still go below Yosh just because I also, yeah, I think there's too many people that still would like put her on the block and she would still probably go home. Like I think Yosh, like I think Haley is more integrated within his side than Yosh is, but I think there are more people that are like actively wanting to target Haley. And I also think Haley similarly can't really win the game. So yeah, I'll go with 8 here, I think. Yeah. I think it comes down to the fact that I don't think Haley can win a jury vote. And again, it could change down the road, but like I would be surprised to see that happen. Do for season future, unfortunately. Hopefully we get a good HOH. Yeah. My Gage Rants finished Gabon. It was very impressive final tribal, annoyed at Bob win. That's fair. Drew. Two or three. I think I'll go 2. Like Drew's in a tough spot. Like the thing about Drew is that I think he's one of the best positioned players on paper. Like, on paper, he is the most connected player on this season. The problem is that I should say blinded because, like, he's aware to some degree, right? That Angela and Dee don't trust him. But, like, he's still loyal to the crossovers. In a spot where he really shouldn't be. And, like, maybe they'll change down the road. Maybe, like, more he knows about it, the more he gets closer to Melody. Like, maybe he'll eventually flip. But, like, as of right now, it really feels like he's playing for the crossovers and just not a good spot for him. Where, like, Angela and Dee are so willing to drop him. Like, Devins is probably more loyal to Angela and Dee. He does have Barrett. He is starting to build a good bond with Barrett, at least. But, yeah, I just feel like he's, like, too in on the crossover alliance, but he does have a lot going on outside that. I know Angela's been talking about like potentially backdooring him, which is really stupid. But the thing is, like, even if she does backdoor Drew, does Drew even go home? I don't know if Drew can even go home. This was the first time he actively disagreed with the winner. Who did he want to win between Susie and Sugar? Anyway, yeah, I feel like it's about Drew where he is one of the most insulated players. And yeah, it's like, even if he is on the block at the end, like, I don't know if he goes home, right? Because, like, if he, like, it seems like right now, the only people that are gonna put, like, that would potentially put him on the block are, like, Dee and Angela. For, like, if Angela does, like, backdoor Drew, like, who would he be on the block against at the end? It would be, like, it'd probably be, like, generally, who would it be? Who is Angela putting up at this point? Like, now that she has, like, the Lala Taylor connection, like, probably, like, what, like, Yash? She has a connection to Mallory, right? Like, probably Yash, Melody, Drew. Oh, yeah, Jason. Yeah, Jason, if he stays. But yeah, like, I feel like Jason would go over Drew. Melody might. I guess at that spot, it's like, it depends on, like, what is Devin's doing and that sort of thing. But yeah, it's like, I don't know. I don't feel like he goes home. Likely, if he's even on the block by the end. Like, obviously, something gotta have to change. So it's like, he's still fairly safe, and he is, like, he has a lot of, like, potential inroads. It's just a matter of, like, will he, like, actually flip against the crossovers at the right time. And, like, the thing is about Drew, too, is that Drew's, like, a pretty athletic guy, right? Because it's not even like a Corey Wurtenberger situation where, like, Corey couldn't win a comp to save his life at the end. Where, like Corey obviously got, like, demolished by Jag and whatnot. Like, Drew's, like, seemingly a fairly athletic guy. Like, I would suspect that Drew would be able to, like, win some competitions at least. So, like, even if he is, like, down in numbers eventually down the road, it's like, it's not impossible for him to, like, win a few comps by the end. So, yeah, I'll put him 2 for, okay, cool. I'll put him 2 for right now. I just think, yeah, like, if it wasn't for him being so blindly low to the crossovers, I would have him 1. I think he is in a better position than Kamu, but I think Kamu has his, like, head on straight a bit more gameplay wise, not anything else wise. But yeah. D. I think D's back to being number 1. I think is where I'm at. I don't love how D is playing, if I'm being honest. Like, I think D is just a mess strategically. I don't know why she's doing the things she's doing. She's exposing too much information. She's like shit talking people too much to the wrong people. It's like, I feel like everything she's doing feels like it's going to backfire, but it just hasn't backfired. So in the position she's currently in, she's still, like, kind of in the center of the Toolshed Alliance. She still has a lot of one-on-one connections. Even outside of her group, she has a good amount of connections. There's still, like, something I actually realized, I didn't realize until I heard Taryn mention it today, is that, like, no one is talking about D having one survivor before. Like, I kind of forgot that that's just a thing that no one really talks about in the house. Like, there's really just no talk about how, like, yeah, D is a survivor winner that's already won $1 million before. Like, that just seems to be a thing that, like, people kind of forgot about. To where I feel like D is someone that, like, if she gets to the end, like, I could see her just winning, right? Like, it's like, even though, like, there maybe could be this, like, anti-returning sentiment, like, it doesn't feel like that's a thing that's happening. And again, she's in a good spot. I don't think she's in the best spot. In the, like, well, she's in the best spot as in she's number 1 in this power ranking, and she will be by the end. But, like, as in, like, she could be in a better spot conceptually. I still think, again, her targeting Drew, or, like, her openly talking about her distrust of Drew is not great. That's just further going to turn Drew away long term. What was the other, her, like, again, seemingly not buying into this, like, Taylor Lala alliance. I don't think that's the right call. I think that definitely would be probably the right move for her. Her wanting to flip the vote on Melody is also kind of insane. The decision to use the veto on Lyric is also questionable. Like, she does have a good relationship with Lyric, so at least there's that. But there's a lot of like weird strategic calls from D. But oh yeah, that was the other thing I was gonna mention. The fact that I don't know if she's even that well positioned in the crossovers anymore. She has seemingly dropped the ball of Barrett, where they were having like kind of a showmance sort of thing. It seems like she's like completely broken that off at this point, to where Barrett is talking about like, yeah, D's at the bottom of our alliance. It's like, that's not great. Like, obviously not saying that, oh, D has to be like trying to like has to be hooking up with Barrett or she's playing a bad game, but like more so just the fact that like just lead him on. Like I don't know. Like she has kind of dropped the ball in that relationship. To where yeah, it feels like yeah, it feels like for at least like Drew and Barrett, she is looked at as being like on the bottom of that group. Which, like, is that the reality? Not necessarily, because I do think Angela, D, Rick is still probably the core three. But I don't think she's as well positioned within her group as she could be. But still, she still is the best position in the season as a whole at this point. So, because she still has, like, that alliance is still seemingly loyal for now. And then she still has the red corner. She still has, again, some other, like, one-on-one bonds. She's still in a good spot. I'm sure the combos will start if D ever finds herself out of the future power structure. Yeah, like if the game somehow flips on the bet somehow, like especially like let's say Mallory wins HOH, goes through nominating D, Rick, and Ant. Well, I don't know if she'll nominate Angela, but either way, if she nominates like D. Like I could definitely see a world where like that's when she starts to get exposed. Like that's when like all this stuff about like her hatred of Drew and like her hatred of Haley and like all these things get exposed. But for right now, it's still like she's still fine. Taylor Brown will win Big Brother 28. I'll be honest, I'm kind of feeling that too. Like I kind of have this vibe of like Taylor does feel like kind of reminiscent to some of the more recent Big Brother winners. They have like kind of a roughish start and then like the Taylor Hale and the Ashley Hollis, like that style of win. But yeah, we'll see. Chuck. I don't really know where to go with Chuck at this point. I feel like Chuck. I generally, I think I'm probably higher on Chuck right now than I was last stream, but like I don't know why. Like I don't know if there's actually like reason for that. Like in general, it does feel like the tool shed is like more of an actual alliance now. To where because that Chuck should be better insulated. That being said, I do feel like if the other side win power, like Chuck is definitely a very viable like pawn, and he could go home in a bad situation. If like Haley wins veto, like generally just if Haley wins veto or blockbuster, like he definitely could be a viable boot at that point. But I think Chuck, like, he's not necessarily like, playing poorly. But then he's also like not playing that much at all. He was doing something that. What was Chuck doing yesterday? I feel like he was doing something yesterday that was like okay. But still, it's like he's kind of just there. He's kind of like one of the biggest like NPCs of the season. He does have like relationship he does have Lyric trying to like build a relationship with him, like obviously that's more of a play to like disassociate yourself from Rome, but like that's at least something, I guess. I don't know, he's not like high, but I feel like my gut says above Yash. Like I would have more faith in Chuck going on to win this season at this point than Yash. Like, I think if it's like, Chuck seems to want to go to a final two of Haley. If it's a Chuck-Haley final two, Chuck probably wins that. That's something. See, I'll go above Yash for sure. I would even, like, debate Mallory. I feel like more people are targeting Mallory next week. See, I'm thinking I swap him and Mallory, too. Is Chuck AI? Yes. I think that's where I'll stop. I still think I'll have him below Latrice. But generally, Chuck and Latrice are like kind of in similar-ish spots on like opposing sides. But yeah, I'll go Chuck at number 8. I think that feels okay. Barrett. Barrett is in a good spot, but I don't know how long term that is. Like Barrett is just like, he's there. Like, no one's targeting him. Like, people just have other priorities. It seems like a lot of people are kind of like a bit wary of him, though. I think he is kind of like openly being seen as like a person in the middle. And I think that's kind of harming his perception. I also feel way less faith in Barrett's comp ability at this point. Like, obviously, I came into this season thinking he could be like the next Michael Brunner. Seems like at this point he just kind of sucks. Also, his like relationship with D is kind of disintegrated. Like, that's not great for him. But also, he's really safe in the game. Like, he's not going anywhere anytime soon. He at least doesn't have like Angela and D like talking about backdooring him. Yeah, I'm debating him and Drew. I think I'll go him above Drew. I think Drew has more potential to shake up his game. But I think currently, I think Barrett is in a better position. Like, I think Drew is probably playing more optimally. But I think Barrett is safer and... Yeah, it's like... I really, like, for me, it does come down to the fact that Angela and D are just so gung-ho of, like, yeah, we can't trust Drew. So, yeah, I think that's, like, what's, like, moving Barrett up above him. Chuck is enforcing a bedtime. At least that is true. Whatever is there going on, social strategy game that filmed for a day. I would consider that. I would never do Big Brother. Big Brother sounds miserable. Survivor would be interesting, but I wouldn't like want to do it. But also be a spot where, like, if they offered me a spot, I'm like, I kind of have to, right? But like, I don't really want to. But like a 1-day thing, I don't know. It depends on what it is, but possibly. DeRay lasted longer on Big Brother than she did on 50. Days wise, yeah, makes sense. If Camus can win this season, could potentially be a top 20 player ever. I mean, like, technically anyone could be a top 20 player if they win this season. I'm never going on the challenge. I'll fucking die on the challenge. All right, let's finish this. Angela, final person. I think I'm sticking with the 5. From last time. Angela, like, generally Angela's position's like kind of the same. Like, not much has really changed. Like, she does have, again, this alliance with Lala and Taylor, but she's not seemingly taking that seriously. I just fucked up the numbers, didn't I? Not that that matters. But yeah, it's like she's kind of still there. I mean, like, credit to Angela, the fact that, again, she pushed for the Rome vote. Like, that was the right move for her as an individual, for sure. Like, I think in terms of how she's handling Devins, I think she's playing pretty well. I don't love how she's obviously handling the Drew situation. Like, that just seems like very, very sloppy and just so unnecessary. It's really just backed purely by paranoia. But she still actually has like a good amount of like good relationships in the game. Like, she's good with Barrett, she's good with like Mallory, she's good with D, obviously, she's good with Rick. She likes Lala at least. But yeah, it's like people like Angela. Like, I still think it's like I have more faith in Angela to win a jury vote than I did like a little bit ago. Like, I think Angela definitely is a viable winner if she gets to the end. I just think her path to the end is rough. Just because I don't know who is taking her to the end that she can beat. Like, I think like D would potentially take Angela to the end, but I think D would probably beat her. But if Angela ends up at the end against like maybe a Barrett. Uh, Again, even maybe a Drew, but like again against like a Barrett, against like a Mallory, maybe. Like there's people like I think she would win, but I just don't know if those people are taking her to the end. Like it's kind of like the double-edged sword of like, if Angela gets to the end, it's because she's probably looked at as a GOAT. Like she needs like the Taylor Hale situation to happen, where like Taylor Hale was like looked at as a GOAT inside the house, but was looked at as by the jury as like obviously the front runner, and like that's the spot that I feel like Angela needs. That she needs someone to like misguidingly believe that she's a GOAT, only for her to go on to win. Generally, maybe Haley. Actually, I forgot about that. Yeah, she's bonding with Haley. Maybe Haley's that person. Like, that's not impossible. I don't think Taylor beats Michael. But I think Taylor beats everyone else in the final 5, right? Yeah. Even Michael, though, I think it's kind of... Actually, I don't know. Generally, like, it probably is close. Chelsea did tell her she's the Taylor on 26. Actually, I forgot about that. I forgot that was the thing. That is the thing she said. Yeah. So, she could be the Taylor of 28. That could happen. But yeah, that's obviously power ranking. Angela's the same. I mean, like, I don't know how many major changes there are here. Angela's the same. Barrett and Drew switched. And again, that largely comes from the fact that like Angela and Dee are talking about like potentially targeting Drew for like no reason. Chuck went up mainly because I feel like that I feel like the tool shed's a little bit more solidified. Dee and Kamu switched largely because again like even though I just talked about the tool shed being solidified, like there is some talk about putting up Kamu from like Barrett and whatnot. Latrice went up a couple spots. Mallard went down just because I feel like she's becoming a bigger target. Rome went down because he's going home. Jason, yeah, they switched, obviously. Taylor, I'm surprised Taylor only went up one spot. I feel like gut-wise, I actually feel better about Taylor in just one spot, but whatever. Then Yash went down. Bam. That's it. Do I have a daddy before Joe Hunter? Yes. And that's the way I'm going to end the power ranking. But yeah. No, Joe Hunter's my daddy. I don't know if you know that. Kamu good, but so boring? Yeah. Yash is going to be final 2 GOATs. Mark my words. It's very possible. I don't even see him getting there. I think it's kind of the issue right now. But if he gets there, yeah, he'll be the GOAT. The GOAT as in, like, a GOAT. But yeah. All right, we'll start this in a bit. I'll take like a 10 to 15 minute break. We'll see. Generally, I said this like while doing these streams. It's like to actually like do these rankings on stream. It does take a lot out of it. Like it generally is like mentally draining. So I was talking about potentially doing some daytime streams next week if I'm still not done with the player ranking, which I probably won't be. But like even then, it's like I don't think I'm gonna go more than like 3 or 4 hours, just because like I don't think I can. Like I think I'm gonna lose my mind if I go for more than a few hours. Like even when I did the player ranking on the daytime stream, like the actual like that what was that, like a 10-hour stream or whatever. Like even then I took like breaks in between each part. It's like yeah. Team Ashley or Morgan? For the most part, Morgan. Like, I think Morgan, like, I generally it's Morgan and everything outside of her having to respond to Ashley to begin with. Lots of Celtics World Cup 2. I'm excited. It'll be fun. I think some of the teams are random as fuck, but it should be fun. Like, I find it weird that they just have, like, the legends just there. Like, and like, obviously it's like, it's fair. Like, they're obviously like fodder, but like, I find it weird. Like, Arushihara is there as like one of the legends that doesn't get to compete. Where like, it feels weird that Tomohiro, like that Kawaguchi's like one of the captains. It's like, that doesn't feel right. Like, Kawaguchi, like, is Kawaguchi good enough to be a captain? Like, if anything, it should be Miyaoka, right? Like, why isn't Miyaoka the captain of that team? Which, like, in general, I'm also disappointed that Miyaoka and Morimoto aren't on the same team, but, like, I also get it. Because, like, they want that for the final stage. Like, if they end up being in the final two together, they want that to be the showdown. So, like, I get it. But also, I would have loved to see Morimoto and Miyaoka on the same team. Yeah, Japan under 20 is interesting. Especially the one, like, 13-year-old. It's kind of insane. Too much revisionism in Ashley's game. Yeah, she's annoying, but she's still better than Morgan, no contest. Game-wise, yeah, I agree. Like, I talked about that last stream. Like, by last stream, I mean yesterday. But yeah, my opinion of Ashley's game hasn't changed. Because, like, at the end of the day, it's like Ashley was different on the show. Like, she was able to contain that energy for the most part. Like, and she was able to, like, still, like, maintain strong allies for a lot of the end game stretch, was still able to articulate her game in a way that had people, like, believing like her like story or whatever, like the type of game she played. It's like I feel like the good that Ashley has is still, like, there. It's just that outside the show she's not, like, going to, like, it's like, I think on the show she could be what she is outside the show, but she recognized that it's a game and she has to conceal that on the show, and she's able to. Where, like, outside the show, she doesn't have to and doesn't conceal that. I think Prison might be harder now. What they do to did they make the final thing spin again? Feel Ashley is an unbearable person. Outside the show, I agree. I haven't, like, I don't think I've seen a single thing of Ashley outside the show that I've liked. Like, I mean, her deep dive was fine. Her HP deep dive, I felt like, was fine. But, like, in terms of, like, Twitter activities, chat BCC activity, like that sort of stuff. Morgan's willing to fall on her sword for Zach. It wasn't Zach, was it? It was for Vince, wasn't it? Like, what was the spot? It was when, like, it wasn't the Zach week, right? It was the... Because what, she won the veto, and then, like, Vince was going to be the renom, right? And, like, he didn't want to... Oh, no, Vince was on the block. It was that Vince could have gone home against whoever the renom was going to be, right? I forgot the exact situation. But either way, it was, like... That was a later week, though, wasn't it, than the Zach week? That she was, like, going to use the veto on Vince or something. Yeah, if anything, Zach actually fell on his sword. Yeah, I don't think that's her falling on her sword for Zach, though. Like, if she was going to fall on her sword for Zach, she would have actually fallen on her sword for Zach during his boot week. Like, I think she was loyal to Zach and Vinny. But I don't think she was, like, falling on her sword for Zach. Yeah. Renee retired, right? So that's the thing. Thinking so Josh Levin, he's still Sasuke World Cup, but whatever. I'm interested to see how Vance does on Sasuke. That'll be interesting to see. I don't really have many other takeaways from the other teams because I don't really know a lot of them. Like, obviously, a lot of them I've seen on the other, like, what, the world round and all the other stuff. But, like, I still haven't watched a lot of the international Sasuke stuff. Don't think he's clearing vertical limit. Yeah, I'll be surprised. Yeah, I don't know many of the Germans. Like, the Germans I don't know many of. The French, I don't know a few of them. The Polish I don't know at all, outside the main guy. What do I think of Vince BB27? Like, what do I think of, like, in what way? I think one of the best characters in the history of Big Brother. Very, 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 very sloppy player. Generally, the first thing I think of when I think of Vince is Taron Armstrong. Like, that's what I think of when I think of Vince. Like, where is it? Oh wait, no, it's not in this folder, is it? It's in. Wait, is it in this folder? No, it's in RGB. That's what it is. Like this is what I think of when I think of Vince.
Strategic decision. It's you win either way. And how mean would it be if you denied me second place? Just give me second place. I deserve it. Give it to me. Give it to me. Give it to me, Morgan. I deserve second place. You know $75,000 is more than I've made in my entire life.
Generally, this is the epitome of Vince.
I deserve it. Give it to me. Give it to me.
What is this one? Which one is this?
Oh my! He gets up out of bed and he storms Spinnies to take,
Like, what came from this one?
He talks out the little peak. You told me put up Ashley. That's a great move. And you told me strike 3 because that out of the house. Ashley does not. I don't care. I'll go next. Is the door closed? I'm not understanding
what I use from this.
I'm gonna brush my teeth because I didn't know this was gonna get this.
Nah, whatever. Someone should make a Sporkle. Yeah, that'll be a great a Vince Vince quote Sporkle. Terrence seems annoying as fuck. No, that's Vince. Yeah, I had a lot of fun. Like, I generally like this made the season last season.
I don't know if this is a good idea. What do you mean? What do you mean? What are you smiling? $1,000 on it, Vince. That's a fucked up comment. Decided to do what was best for your game. Me sick. I either.
Guaranteeing us. Wait, this one's a lot, right?
It's nothing. It's just that we won't go after each other. So a final 2. No.
Don't say that.
No, it's not that. It's just that we're not gonna go after each other.
Yeah, Benny Grams is fast.
Okay,
right?
so you're protecting somebody who's wants protecting you over everyone else. I can't even believe.
Oh, wait, this is the other iconic one.
Aaron, you're guaranteed safe. Please. I'll say please 100 more times, please. It's gonna pay off. This is the move. We have to do it. Come on, let's do it. Come on, let's do it. Oh, shut up. Aaron, you're guaranteed.
Yeah. What actual Vince clips do I have on here? Like, obviously, I'm a fucking bitch. Oh, this one. There it is.
I'm a fucking bitch.
It is funny. Look at it. I have 19, like my BB27 review. I have 19 clips for BB27. Okay, well, that's annoying. Cut the Survivor 50. I have 177. This is still insane. And again, I still use way less clips for the 50 review than I did for the Rumo video. But still. Well, Jason's clip for I'm a Messy Bitch, probably. Yeah, I was thinking there's going to be a lot of clips from the fight. I feel like there's a lot of good stuff there. I feel like I'm also going to use lyrics stuff a lot. Yeah, I don't know why Poland is there. That does feel random for Sasuke World Cup. Because I know Ninja Warrior Poland exists, but it's like, is it really that big? I don't know. Derek F versus Ozza was brutal. Oh, we're talking about what in part 2 or whatever. Where's fucking Kelly at? Oh, I forgot about that. I forgot about that too. That was the thing with this review. That I had to cut out the fucking Kelly, didn't I? I had to shorten it to just Kelly for a lot of them because because I was worried about it wouldn't get monetized because too many curse words. I kind of forgot about that until just now. Where's fucking Kelly from? Is it this one? It's from one of the Vorgan things, right?
Then I'll throw it away because I continually do put other people before myself. Our relationship over Lauren's. Am I going to talk after this?
Oh yeah, it is here, right?
Best friends with the 23-year-old who lives in Louisiana? No.
It's not.
You're somebody that I'm probably going to call emotional at midnight if I'm ever having a hard time, and I'm going to probably drive to your house.
That is definitely what happened. That's definitely what's happening with Vince and Morgan. And he is definitely driving over to her house on a daily basis. Yeah, Philip. I don't know much about him actually.
I put her up.
Her fucking liked me.
Oh, here it is.
Cool. Well, they're the only two people
Right.
I didn't want to win HOH. Guess what I do? I keep them both safe. Thank goodness I won. Now what do I get to do? Hope that they don't win again next week. Well, their shitty competitor never fucking liked me.
Oh, here, right?
Then I just have to trust in fucking Kelly
There
and
it is.
Ava. Because then she goes home, and then I just have to trust in fucking Kelly and Ava, who've never fucking liked me.
Yeah, Kelly never liked him. I don't know if you know that. Kelly never liked him. I can't play this. This clip got claimed last time I played this, so I can't even play this one. The part 2 of the HOH. Yeah, should I rank final 3 feeds as a video? Oh, is he saying fucking Kelly and Ava? Like Ava is like a separate thought? It's like, I don't know, maybe.
She comes.
No, I did not. No, I did not.
Dude, this is a thing. Kind of forgot this was even a thing. Why is that so low?
Oh.
Thank you, God. Wow. This is for
Yeah, I'll see
all
recipes
of the
for
gamers
the-
out there. Every single one of you who be gaming.
And every single one of you that be gaming. Every other episode has made you mad? I just don't care about AEW anymore. Like, I'm watching it, and it's like, yeah, it exists.
Decision. As long as I know I got a warrior next to me, brother, I can't be fucking sitting here trying to fight for someone who's gonna continually screw me over.
Not intentionally doing any of this shit. And
I'm not saying you're intentionally doing it. I get it. You're growing from this experience just like the rest of us. I get it. But Vinny, you have to grow, man. You have to grow.
Dude, it's so fucking funny. Like, how old is Vince again? He's like 34 or something, right? How old is Vince? Let me look this up. Vince Pinheiro. Yeah, he's 35 now. And like Keanu is talking about like you have to grow up. Yeah, the Brian Kretsch thing was weird. Like I don't know why they did that. But to be fair, I kind of just expect them to do that at this point. What the fuck is Will's fine ass? What the fuck is this?
Girl, can you believe we got to see Dr. Will's fine ass?
Oh,
I
Dr.
swear to
Will.
God.
Yeah, I forgot about that. Okay.
Hey, Ashley, do me a favor. When on Monday or on Tuesday,
Actually, this got claimed. I remember actually this clip got claimed. Yeah, that's how I'm reading it too. I remember I saw spoilers a while back. I don't remember what the spoilers actually were, but like my gut right now is I feel like Noah Mulliner's gonna win. Because like, why is he on the show? Like, Noah Muller is never on the show. So like the fact that he's actually on the show this time, it's like, oh, he's probably winning then. He's like, why else would he be on the show? fucking Morgod clips.
Get fucked! Get fucked! Get fucked! Get fucked! Get fucked! Get fucked! I'm so horny right now.
I miss this actually. The like when like Morgan clips got found. This is still one of the dumbest things.
Oh my god! What is that? Oh my god! Oh, that's a fly.
Do I even play this clip? Yeah, it could be that. Or it could just be that Jesse couldn't do it. That could also be a factor. Like I would lean towards Jesse just couldn't do it because I feel like they would definitely pick Jesse over Addie, like inherently, right?
Oh my god. The things I would allow Loba to do to me, I would literally just like, it would literally be like this, chat. Hold on.
I think that stream has just turned into me watching fucking random clips I have on here.
Oh, the double? No.
It's so stupid. Addie Herman, I don't get the hype for. I think as an actual competitor, she's not the greatest. Like, obviously she won the women's championship and whatnot, but like, and like she's fine, but she's definitely not like the best. But like I have nothing like against her. Like she seems fine. Like as like a person or whatever. But like but yeah, she definitely isn't the like elite competitor. I think I have this here.
My goal here is when I get in, everyone sees me as an alpha, an athletic guy, but I'm actually a huge nerd. So when it comes down to it, I'm going to be more friendly with more of the betas and the submissives in the house. And those are the people that I'm going to work hard with.
She's likable but boring like her boyfriend. Yeah, pretty much. This is 1 minute and 30 second.
I am very excited to announce that Survivor is partnering with Paramount Animation to bring I am so excited in the animated comedy of humans. But this time, the players aren't humans. Imagine.
It's so stupid, dude. I love like the double reaction.
My goal here
is what I love from this clip. Wait, that was not the first one, right? Because like it's like this is the fun, like this is me, like it's funny that he said beta, then I realize he said submissive is like the second reaction. Yeah, this time the players aren't humans, thank God. Eligar got both her 2 clears fast forwarded, so when she was shown the semis, she was obviously failing. Yeah, I'll be honest, I didn't pay attention to that. I really don't remember shit like that at this point. Where for me at this point, A&W is kind of like background noise. So like I'm not like really paying attention to like the edit as much as I used to. This time the players are betas and submissives. I should do that. I should actually I think I will do that in the review. Yeah, like have a thing with Rome where it's like this time the players are beta and submissive types. Yeah, I think that is in general the thing about the problem of AEW 18 is that it feels very cheap. Like you just tell like how low the budget is for the season. Because like it's just all repeat obstacles. It's like all the same courses over and over again. It's again, the triple header was like clear, like it's literally a 3 obstacle course. It's like, it just feels so cheap, in how everything's made. Yeah, should I start player ranking at this point? We're at 130. I just find it so stupid. I have this on my computer now. One Piece. Like this was so like I literally was editing the 50th review and then I said one like I say what like Tiffany lost to Jonathan by one piece, and like this was the first thing that came to mind. It's like, oh, wait, I should put the One Piece theme song in there, and I used this version of it because like this is less likely to get copyrighted. Because I know Toei, or is it Toei? Who owns One Piece again? Whatever. Whoever. Like, I know that company is like very, very strict with copyright stuff like that. Yeah, it is Toei. Okay. Compilation of lyric videos about our dad would definitely be. Yeah, I'm definitely using lyric video. I think that's my Morgan of the season. I mean, we'll see. Like, obviously, like lyric would have to make it deep, but if lyric makes it deep, like lyric's gonna be my Morgan of the review. Like I'm definitely gonna be like using a lot of like I'm gonna be using was it more lyric says this is spicy or something? I forgot. There was like one line she said in that one video of like her showing her what food she eats at work or whatever. That was like, oh, I could use that. That could be funny. Maybe blockbusters of lip sync for my life. What was this? RuPaul. Generally, I actually have not even seen a clip of Jason on RuPaul. Like, I probably can't actually watch this because like we'll probably get claimed, but like still. But yeah, Jason. Yeah, if it is some sort of singing comp or something, you would think Jason would win that, right? Like they didn't win a season, right? They just won, like, I'm assuming that's like just one challenge they won. Is Jason privy to the fact that he's cooked if he loses Blockbuster Rome? I think he is. I don't know. I mean, like Taylor and Lala seem to think that he could stay, so it's like, I don't know. Oh, when the lip sync. Anyway, Jason Potter and RuPaul. From what I understand, he was like a villain, right? Or should I be saying she in the context of RuPaul? I don't know how exactly that works. Anyway, yeah, it's like from what I understand, they were a villain the first time around, and they came back, and then they were a bit more like the second time around, but they were also still like a villain, kind of playing like a strategic game. I think is like the story. Yeah, I could be wrong. That's at least what I've heard about their run there. Yeah. I think we'll get a start to the player ranking because I should get something done today. Again, I'll probably still stream tomorrow. We'll see. Like tomorrow, yeah, we'll see. I likely will stream tomorrow. I'm not gonna like guarantee it 100%, but like I will likely stream tomorrow. Pretty much 100% I'll stream on Friday, and then likely on Saturday as well, and then Sunday will be the next like normal stream. I didn't bother checking comments. I don't know. I would suspect there's not any. Yeah, nothing there. Nothing there. Okay. So nothing go through that. Which also, I think I'll wait. Because, like, also, like, obviously this is a lot to be coming out in, like, quick succession. So, I think in terms of, like, the top of the list or whatever, maybe I'll wait a little bit to record those. And, like, to finalize... Like, I'll still, like, run through everything until I'm done on stream. Like, I'll still be streaming every day until I'm done with this, essentially. But I think after that, I'll still wait maybe like a week or so to like actually record like the final parts, or like to finalize the parts, just because like I'll probably still record them and then whatever. But like I still would like to see like if there's any like other feedback, just because like it is a spot where like obviously these are coming out in such quick succession. It's like hours at a time to where like. I'm sure there's a lot of people that, like, if they do want to keep up with this, they can't because it's so much, like, so quickly. But, yeah, I think, and, like, either way, I probably won't even have the first part done for, like, a week, until a week, like, after I finish this anyway. So, I don't know. We'll see. All right. We'll start work on the player ranking. We're at 433. We only have 432 people left after like 7 streams of this. That's a terrible fucking pace. Yeah, all right. We have this tier of Monica Padilla, Desiree from Ghost Island, Aurora, and Tori Meehan. Something tells me that this is just kind of a mess. Like Monica Padilla, obviously is a 2-time player. This one, right? I'll look up Samoa just for sake of it. Look at the voting chart for it. Oh, is that what it is? This was the opposite for Selena? Is that they weren't a villain originally, but then were on All Stars? Let's see. Monica, I think her voting record's pretty bad, but also she was like part of Pagonging. So she votes one, like she goes through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 6, 7. Tribals votes correctly at 1, 2. Maybe it's not as bad as I thought. 1, 2. I don't know if I give her credit for that. 3, 4. 4 out of 7. That's not horrible actually for her first season, and then she's out her second season. She's not particularly good. She does make it like kind of deep. She did have an alliance to a degree. I don't think she had a long-term alliance on that season though. And then, like, obviously her second appearance is pretty bad. So I'm debating if I want to keep her here or not. Like, is she like closer to this tier, or is she just lower? Like, she did have some gumption by the end of the game, but it's not like that really meant anything. I think she's probably fine here, though, right? Like, is she that different from a Katie Collins? Like, she ends up being on the wrong side of Pagonging, and then, like, even in her boot round, she's kind of unlucky that Brett wins immunity. Yeah, I don't think she's, like, yeah, I don't think she's that different than a Katie Collins. Then her second appearance is really bad. So, like, maybe that's, like, a knock to, like, put her below this. I think her in this tier actually does make sense the more I think about it, though. So maybe I will still keep her in this range. But I don't know, her voting record's way worse, though, actually. I think that's probably, like, a big deterrent. Or, like, even though these people were on the bottom for a decent chunk of their seasons, they still, like, voted correctly. They were still, like, in the know of what ultimately happened for the most part. Position-wise, it is similar. I'm kind of leaning towards maybe her at the bottom of this. It's, like, still in this tier, but, like, towards the bottom of this grouping. And, like, also being knocked for her second appearance. Dan Foley? I don't remember, actually. I don't think we've passed Dan Foley yet, have we? He must be... No, actually, no. We moved Dan Foley up, didn't we? I think he's, like, way higher, isn't he? Yeah, he's, like, all the way up here. We'll deal with that later. We'll see. All right. Desiree. I could definitely see this tier kind of mixing together to a degree. I'll look up Desiree's voting record. I don't think it's the greatest either. She goes to, oh no, actually maybe it's fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then, so 4 out of 5. So that's not bad. I think the problem is that she's kind of out of the loop of her on her tribe, in the sense that what's it called? In the sense that, actually maybe yeah, okay, maybe not place them yet. Okay, I think maybe I shouldn't have placed Monica yet. Much better than Bradley is Desiree truly. I don't know, actually, because I actually think that's the kind of an interesting thing, in the sense that, like, Bradley was in a better position early game. Desiree does make the merge, but even then, it's like she's left on the outs of the Chris vote, and then, what was the vote after that? The Libby vote she's, like, a part of, but, like, that's not saying much, but, I don't know, like, I think we should probably, like, get these situated first. What was Aurora's voting record is pretty spotty, right? Like, she also was almost a first boot too, so like that's kind of an issue. Aurora goes to, Aurora didn't even go to tribal until the merge. That's kind of insane. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 6, 7. Is on the right side for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 out of 7. Okay, that's not as bad, actually. 5 out of 7. But also, I still think the issue is the fact that she was almost a first boot. How's she better than Angela? Which Angela? We're talking about Angela. Angela Ghost Island. I think she's in the majority more than Angela, but like also it probably shouldn't be that big of a gap. Like, where do we leave Angela at this point? Like, around here? Yeah, I think probably Aurora being somewhere in, like, this ballpark isn't that egregious. Especially because, like, she was almost a first boot. Like, that's kind of also an issue. Or, like, had she gone to Tribal and Kama, she would have been gone. So, yeah. Aurora might drop. And then I do want to look up Tori also. Tori goes to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, 4. Yeah. This is kind of a weird tribal too, but whatever. Has what, 3 out of 4 record, which is pretty decent, but also it's like, yeah, it's kind of more to it than that. Okay. So looking at these people, I think Monica, Desiree, Tori does make sense to me. I think a difference with Aurora than these people is the fact that Aurora was actually almost the first boot. So I think that is a knock for Aurora. Because, like, in comparison to these people, it's like these people were not in a great spot, but they also weren't going to be the first boot. Like, Monica literally survives the first trial she goes to. Desiree was not going to be targeted from her group. Like, she was not necessarily in a good spot, but she was not going to be targeted. Tori obviously survives over Zach and then later survives over Swathi. Aurora actually would have just gone if they went to tribal. So I think that is something to knock there from Aurora. To where I think that is a fair thing to call out, is like why she's so much better than Angela. Let's see. So Angela's here. I could see her being higher than Angela. Especially because I feel like Aurora was more respected than Angela. Like, I think there's at least a world where if Aurora got to the end, she could theoretically win a jury vote. Where, like, I feel like Angela's, like, kind of dead to rights. But it's probably not that big of a difference. I feel like her with Kyle might make sense, actually. Then again, even these people weren't almost first boots though. But I guess like if I'm really doing that, then that kind of changes a lot. Is there anyone? I guess like Joe level actually. Maybe this is like something that kind of would make sense. I don't think there's necessarily a final 3 that she definitely wins, but I think there's at least like, wait, where did I leave her? Oh, here. But I think there's at least like a conversation to be had of like if she gets to the end of like Julie and like Gavin, could Aurora get votes there? Like maybe. Like if it's Julie and Lauren, it's like could she get votes again? Maybe. Like I don't think she's like drawing dead. Like, I think Julie's a bigger goat than her, and then I think there are definitely people that wouldn't have voted for Lauren and people that wouldn't have voted for Gavin in those situations. So it's like, I don't know. Yeah, could she win? I don't know. It'll be, like, she'll at least get votes. Let's see. I mean, she goes the way, like, she votes more correctly and goes to more tribals than them. So I think I am going to have to put her higher. Yeah, it's like, I still think, even though she was almost the first boot, I still think I give her enough credit to be higher. Maybe her, like, around Angel level, though, isn't the most egregious thing. In 48, when Justin went on the journey, was Mary eligible to go on the journey or not? Because she already went. You can't go on a journey twice. In the pre-merge. So, yeah. Like, Mary couldn't go. I can kind of see her also with this tier. The Kyle tier. It's just been they say it at the first like journey thing, like every season. That you can't pick someone that's already been on a journey. Or I should say the second journey of every season. Like, I believe it's been the case ever since 41. She kind of feels like a middle ground of this. Like, I think her being like an almost first boot is something to like detract from her. But she still ultimately goes to a decent amount of tribals and whatnot. I'm debating her versus Kyle. I mean, like, like, they both vote correctly the same amount of times, for what that's worth. She was almost the first boot. Yeah, I think this is fine. I think Aurora being here for Kyle feels okay to me. So yeah, I'm moving her down. I think these three being together still makes sense. It's just a matter of where are they. Can you credit Aurora for surviving when Rick Devens was there to be a vote sponge? I think you can for a lot of it. I don't know. Because like they still didn't vote Aurora over like Ron or War Dog and like all that sort of stuff. Taylor and Lala generally believe that Jason has the votes. Like, do they generally believe it? If they do, then yeah, that's not great. I see Lyric is saying that she wants to keep Jason over Melody right now. That's something. See Jason's campaigning to Yash. Oh, that was like 20 minutes ago. Anyway, could be interesting. Yeah, where are we at? Yeah, these three. Even ranking these three, I'm not fully sure. Like, Monica's second appearance is really bad. Tori might be the best. Like, Tori's elimination at least is the least, like egregious, I guess. I guess, like, Monica's isn't really that. Like, Monica's first appearance is not that bad. Her second appearance is bad, though. And then Desiree, it's like, she wasn't in a great spot the entire season and kind of blows up her spot at the end, in particular. You know, to be fair, I at least credit her for at least trying to make a move against Dom and Wendell. She at least, like, knew she had to do something. At least tried, for what that's worth. They're told Jason that Melody isn't going to win anything for them. Which is fair. Jason's way more likely to win a comp than Melody. Let's see. I think this is a sub tier that's here, is what I'm currently feeling. Okay, cool. Like, I think these people go to enough tribals to where, like, it's a bit better than these people who don't go to as many tribals. But yeah, I don't think I can actually add them to that tier. All right, wait. What am I? So how am I ranking these though? I might go Monica the bottom of them, I think is how I'm feeling. I think I'm doing this. Because I think Tori is someone that, like, her, like, elimination is kind of screwy, and then she also, like, saves herself for Swathi. Desiree, again, like, at least, like, try to make a move in a spot where I think she should have tried to make a move, just that she didn't have the social capital to do so. Monica kind of is more of a passenger, and then also is, like her second appearance is bad, so whatever. But I think they're all people that, like, start off in, like, not great positions, but also, like, still survived a little bit, or, like, would have survived a little bit. Desiree was Matt Williams during the merge. Essentially, yeah. Like, yeah, it's like with Matt, it's like, I don't fault him for trying to make a move, and I think if he could have done it, it was the right thing to do, just that he couldn't actually do it. And that's kind of the same thing with Desiree. Okay, now we're getting to, this was a big thing with last stream, right? What the fuck do I do with Jawan? So now we're actually here. Brandon, Quinton, Jen Brown, and Jawan is this next tier, which is a really fucking random grouping of people. Let's do the voting record of it all first, just for the sake of it. Brandon Quinton goes to a good chunk, doesn't he? Or maybe not. No, I'm thinking about this wrong. I think it's like 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Votes correctly at. I'm not even gonna like these are like ties. Oh no, wait. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, I was right. It was 5. Yeah. Okay, it's 5. Like, technically, at least has, like, half the tribe with him the entire time. It's, like, it's actually, like, not a bad voting record. But also, it's, like, obviously, the move he makes at the end is bad. But at least can get it from his perspective at the time. He at least did have allies. For a good chunk of the season. I think him being around here does make sense. Like, he's definitely, like, a better version of this. So I think it's it's a debate between is he above or below the Katie Tarzan tier. I think is kind of what I'm feeling with him. Jen Brown. Where's it? Worlds Apart. Matt pulled that off, though. Doesn't that make him a giant target for the rest of the game? Like, pulled what off? The move, like, he made at, like, if he actually got, I mean, like, it's better that than going home. But, no. Jen goes to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Well, 6 rivals. That she survives. Votes correctly at 3 of them, technically. So that's not great. Like, she obviously was aware enough to play her idols, so that's something. But, like, yeah, that's not a great record. I also think the fact that she was almost the first boot is something to kind of knock from her, too. So, I think she might move down a little bit. We'll see. Then Jawan. Which, to be fair, I think, like, her Jawan still does make sense to a degree. Even though, like, the points where they were in, like, goodish spots are very different. Uli never lost the Premier Challenge. That's kind of insane. I never realized that. Like, obviously, it's different versions of Uli, but still. Jawan went to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Survived 6 tribals. Voted in the majority at all of them, for what that's worth. I don't know. Jawan's a tough one, just because, like, there definitely was gumption there. He, like, an issue though is the fact that he, like, would have been the first boot from his original tribe. Gets fortunate the fact that he just never go to tribal. After that, he's, like, still on the bottom of the like, he just gets, like, a fortunate enough swap to where, like, he's, like, swapped with more obvious threats in Jason and Matt. And then he's also, like, fortunately swapped in a spot where he's able to blindside Shannon, and then post-merge, he's able to play, like, he's able to control a couple votes, but I don't agree with what he's doing. It's just kind of a mess. Shows how much I remember. 49. What, that Uli? Yeah. Again, I'm going to rewatch it soon. I'm going to remember everything about 49, the best season of all time. Why take out Jawan over Sage? I don't actually even 100% remember. What was the reason? Sage was a threat, but, like, Jawan wasn't that much of a threat either, though. Was it that Sophie was closer to Sage? Was that what it was? Yeah, wasn't that? I think that's what it was, wasn't it? Fall in love with Matt, sure. Now I'm gonna fall in love with Annie, favorite player Annie. I can't wait to talk about why Christina Mills lost Survivor. It's gonna be a riveting story. All right, what do I want to do here, though? Brandon is one that I think I can argue him being above. Yeah, Brandon's one that I really just I don't really know what I'm doing with Brandon, if I'm being honest. And I feel like this could change based on, like, how I deal with some of the other people up here. I think for now I'm going to leave him here, but I think this is, like, very much subject to change. Jen and Jawan, though, is a bit tougher. Jen, I think, is definitely moving down. Like, I think Jen is, like... Okay, actually, I think I could kind of see what I was going for with Jen, though. You're not gonna meet Rizzo in real life? I mean, maybe. Is Rizzo going to the event in Celebration, Florida? What did Matt do to deserve this? What is this? Would you like to see? I'm like, why would you want to see Matt play again? I mean, to be fair, him being below Annie is pretty egregious, but also it's like, why would you want to see Matt play again? I'm surprised Shannon's so low. That's pretty egregious. Shannon should be higher. Why is Nicole so high? Christina being so low is funny, yeah. That's fair, though. I'm surprised Sophie's number 1. Yeah, everything, like... Did we see Jake? I'm surprised Jawan's so low, actually. Anyway. Because he tried something? Yeah, but... could have tried something better. Must meet Rizzo, the worlds must collide. Yeah. I actually want to see this real quick, which is obviously great to keep in the VOD, but what's the event in Florida called? Oh my god, Over the Edge. Wait, Over the Edge? Yeah, Over the Edge, right? Yeah. Who's going? Is there a list yet of this? December 3rd to 6th. Let's see. Oh, there is a list. Okay. Let's look at this. All right. Let's look at who's going. Abby Maria. I could meet Abby Maria. That could be something. Adam Klein. Yeah, sure. Adam Larson. Yeah, sure. Fucking Alex from Amazing Race. Thank God. I don't know who that is. Angela Murray? I mean, Angela Murray. That'd be fun. Post BB28 World. Amber's fine. Annie Davis. I can meet my queen, Annie Davis. Aurora. There we go. Give me Aurora. Austin here. That's random. Avery. It's cool. Bailey. That'll be cool. Brendan's fine. Brooke Struck. Dude, I can meet Brooke Struck. Can meet Mama C. Can meet Bruce. Christmas Abbott, thank God. Dan Rank. Christina Coria. That's the real MAGA mother, or whatever the fuck. Is that what yeah, that's what people call them, right? Donna Marshall. Thank God Donna Marshall's there. Oh my God, Dan Lorenzo. I can meet Gio. James I forgot James Clement is going. That's kind of an insane one. I can meet Jimmy T. That'll be funny. Jerry Manthe. Jonathan Young. What if I met Jonathan Young and I say, I've been wanting to beat off ever since the first time I met you? Oh yeah, I should call him Mama C, a totally hot MILF. Oh, sorry. I met Gilf. I should tell her she's a Gilf to her face. Casey Catanzaro, that'd be funny. Keith Henderson, thank God. Oh my God, Christina actually is gonna be there. Kelly Jorgensen, that'll be funny. Oh my God, my mother's gonna be there. Can't wait. I think it'll be funny if I actually do go to this. Liz Wilcox, that'll be cool. I can tell her I'm pissed. Who was I even looking for again? Oh, Rizzo. Okay, we're not there yet. Oh my God, I could finally see Mitch's big move. James the reason Cereza is Ferrari winner? Yeah, kind of. Oh my God. I don't think Rizzo's going, by the way. Yeah, Rizzo's not going. Fucking jump scare there, though. What the fuck? But This would be funny. Yeah, no Rizzo. That's disappointing. Can't meet Rizzo, my man. Fuck is Scott Yeager on this list for? Sage, that'd be cool. Shauheen. That would be funny. Bubba is there. Why the fuck is Bubba gonna be there? That's also very funny. Tucker, Wes Snail. It's kind of funny. Vanessa Clement. Why is Squid Game not listed here? Yeah, Twyla is also random. Zoe Xanadakis. Thank God. What a group. Jenna, Lewis, and Tina canceled. But yeah. What a group of people. Bubba's the original Matt Hardman, kinda. You could argue it. No Queen Venus, yeah. I wouldn't expect a Venus though. Alright, back to what's actually important. Where the fuck is Jen Brown in this ranking? Oh, did I say Matt Hardman? Well, that's even funnier then. Again, Matt Hardman's just on my mind. Again, he mourns for the men of America. He mourns for me. I am the men of America. No Summit representations, a crime. Yeah. I don't feel like even talking about that. I had a story for that, but I just don't even feel like talking about it. Whatever. Jen Brown. Like the end of her game's really bad. She almost was also the first boot. It's like that's also pretty bad. She did have like a really solid core group though. Oh, is the Summit just completely gone at this point? That's kind of sad. Not that I like the show anyway, but like still. I don't really have a vested interest in, like, I think I would probably lean Jason going at this point, but I don't really care either way. Or did I say I would rather Rome probably go at this point, but I don't really care either way. Like, I kind of want to knock her for being almost a first boot, but also she still had, like, a very loyal core. Then she had also quit the game. Should she be with Aurora, actually? No, because Aurora actually had allies when... Or because Jen actually had allies when Aurora didn't. Actually, to be fair, I guess Aurora did, but like I guess Jen was the majority, though, early on in the game, where Aurora wasn't. And like, actually, I guess to be fair to Jen, like she was almost the first boot because of a plurality vote, not because like she was out of the majority. So I guess that is also like kind of a different thing too. I think I'm leaning towards Jen being with Monica Padilla. Mary parallels. Where's Mary anyway? Mary Zhang. Yeah, actually, I can kind of see that to a degree. Like, in this Mary Sierra tier. Considering they had, like, alliances. That weren't the safest. I guess, like, the difference here was that these people were flipped on by their own groups eventually. But... I can see it. I think I want to give her a bit more credit for like maintaining, like still being in the majority early on, and then post swap, was able to still also be in the majority there. I don't remember where I put Haley Ford. I think Haley being higher is fine. But maybe I won't feel that way. Yeah, she's here. But maybe I won't feel that way when we get to her. I don't know. I don't necessarily miss the COVID, like, sequester games and everything. Like, I kind of, like, I don't miss them in the sense that I don't want them to happen again, but it was a, like, fun time at the time. It's like there's nostalgia that they exist, but there's not really, like, a longing for them to come back, I think is kind of where I'm at with those. Yeah, I'm not sure. Do I actually want to move her down this much? I mean, genuinely, her versus Shireen is interesting, actually. Like, Jen starts off in a better spot than Shireen. But, like, considering Shireen's, like, good one round in Cambodia, and then also, like, Jen kind of almost being a first boot. I think this might be an okay middle ground for her. It's like somewhere around here. Like, it gives her credit for having, like, allies like these people. It still docks her for, like, kind of almost being a first boot. It, like, just being out of the loop in the post merge. Okay, should I think about the Monica Padilla Shireen comparisons again? I do think it's different, but how much am I going to factor her essentially quitting? Not a lot, because, like, I think, like, her quitting is, it's like this, like, type of quit that's, like, it's kind of like Sean Edwards-esque, and it says that I don't think she just naturally quits. I think it's, like, a quit based on the fact that she, like, thought she was doomed by that point, so it's like, why even try anymore? Like, it's like, it's not like a spot where, like, I think Jen quits every season she's on, but it's more so a spot where, like, she would, like, she wants to take her ball. What was the quote again? I forgot what the quote is, but anyway, the quote of, like she's already out, so, like, why try anymore? Is like that sort of thing. I think the HOH comp will be Backyard has been gone for a while. I would not expect any, like, endurance sort of thing just yet, right? What was the week 3 HOH last year? Who is HOH? I mean, could it be the Black House thing or the Black Box comp? Where did they film that, actually? Was that in the Backyard? I don't remember anymore. But that was the week 2 HOH last year. So, like, I feel like, yeah, that seems very feasible to me. Yeah, I'm thinking Jen here feels okay to me. Actually, if anything, maybe Shireen above Jen. Yeah, I think I'll do that. HOH was quiz, that Lauren one. Yeah, I don't think that, but yeah, like, if I were to get, like, if it's a spot where, like, they've been working on it for a very long time, I would suspect that's more of a black box situation. Which is kind of random, right? Like, that's one where, like, can't really gauge who would do well in that. If Vinny returned to Big Brother, how far is he going? Genuinely couldn't tell you. I think it's like completely all over the board. All right, then we got Jawan. Jawan was almost a first boot, but also like there were points where he was like controlling votes. Like, I don't know what his like long-term win equity was. What times? Actually, what would they do for that? Yeah, like if they did a black box competition, like what time period is that? Earth's creation, yeah, like it would be like I don't know, whatever, like million years BC or something. Yeah. Or could it be like apocalyptic future or something? I don't know. Yeah, they have to incite the Big Bang. Let's see. Like, Jawan technically has a good voting record. For whatever that's worth. Yeah, I really don't know what I want to do with him. Because like I'm also like kind of thinking in my head right now of like, should there be that much of a difference between him and Jen? Like the upside, like I think the highs of Jen are probably like, at least I think Jen is like someone that again was able to cultivate a group around her and like had a very solid grouping of allies. The problem is that they were the minority for the back half of the season, and she kind of like gave up at that point. And there's still also like the almost first boot of it all and that sort of thing. So it's like, but like with Jawan, it's also like he was even more like definitively the first boot if they go to first tribal. And then it's not even like he actively gets himself out of a bad spot. He just kind of gets swapped out of a bad spot. And again, like in the post merge, I don't think he's making the right calls with what he's trying to do. Could be really funny, but also could go back and reverse a night one eviction. What we're doing now. Do you imagine they reverse Rachel's death? Well, I guess they have done that. They literally did that on the Unlocked, but you know, reverse it to where she's back in the house again. That could be a thing. Yeah, I'm not really sure what I want to do with him. He's just a bit of a weird player. Do I just stick with him there? Maybe? Eric told Jason that the numbers for him to stay against Melody are herself, Rome, Taylor, Yash, Lala, Barrett, Mallory. I don't think they have Barrett, right? I don't know if they have, like, Mallory's kind of like, you know. John Fitzbright above Brandon. I think Brandon's early game's a lot cleaner. And it's like, even though I disagree if like his decision to take out Kelly, it's like I disagree with Jawan's decision to take out MC. I disagree with Jawan's decision to take out Alex. again, is Jawan's late game cleaner than Brandon? I don't think so, personally. Like, where I'm currently at, I think he's definitely worse than Brandon. Like, I think maybe there's a world where I could settle with him being with Brandon, but I think he's definitely worse than Brandon. You know, if Barrett or Mallory, yeah. I think Jawan did was as bad for his game as Brandon flipping. Like, I guess, but also I think Jawan was literally dead to rights if he went to tribal any of the first 3 tribals. Where if anything, Brandon was the safest of his group. Or at least maybe, I guess, like again, he was like, at least Silas and Lindsay were bigger targets than him. And like even like post swap, he was by that point the best position of the younger players. I think 100% Jawan's worse than this. I'm not willing to change that. I think that's just where I'm at. It's just a question of, do I put him with him? But I feel like I want to knock him for how bad of a starting position he was in. Which is kind of where it becomes a bit muddied. I think I'll settle on this. I think putting him right above the Tori, Desiree, Monica feels fine, I guess. I mean, like, I still think the beginning of his game is way worse than, like, anyone here. Like, generally, the start of Jawan's game is probably worse than, like, it's a while. Like, it's worse than, like, anybody until, like, Aurora. It's like, it's a pretty big fucking gap. That's like literally 50 people. Like, his start is atrocious. But he is able to control some post-merge votes. Oh, wait, no, actually, Burton's here, by the way. I forgot about Burton. Speaking of Burton, I kind of want to move him to where Burton is. Actually, now that I think about it, I think Jawan and Burton is actually maybe not the worst comparison. Like, both having, like, terrible fucking starts. Like, would have been first boot, and I guess even, like, credit to Burton. Burton at least, like, wasn't, like, going to be the first boot at the first tribal. But, yeah, then, like, after they're able to, like, luck themselves out of that situation, they're able to, like, make some moves, but even those moves are bad. Does it make Sage Johnny Fairplay? To a degree. I think Fairplay had more, actually, yeah. I think Fairplay had more, like, individual points where I could say he saved Burton. Than, like, Jawan with Sage. Or, like, Sage with Jawan. But I think that feels okay to me, though. I actually do feel like him and Burton make sense. I mean, Fair Play could win. Sage couldn't win. Like, I think Fair Play's still better than Sage either way. Like, Fair Play's one immunity win away from winning the game. Sage couldn't win against anybody. Wait, let me see something with Jawan. Okay. So there's that.
Fuck!
Oh. Solid. Yeah, thank you for the follow. Yeah, what was I doing? Burton. Which also I think I'm gonna probably move him and Burton to a separate tier. Actually, now I think about it, better or worse than Burton? Even. I'll go better. Yeah, I'll go better. I think Burton. Yeah, I'll go better. Silas better than Jawan. Silas started off the game better. Like Silas ran his original tribe. Yeah, I just think it's a spot where like Jawan's just so dead to rights. Like pretty much everyone on that season says that if Uli went to tribal for like Jawan's gone. And like considering that was like for 3 rounds of the game, and gets locked up by immunity wins for 3 rounds there. It's like I don't know. Alright. How many people we've gone through this stream? 7 people? Thank fucking God. How long have I been doing it? I've been doing this for probably, what, like an hour? I feel like I'm really underrating Jawan's early merge game. Is it different from Burton's? Like it's a spot where like he's the swing vote for a couple votes, but again, I don't agree with the decisions he's making there. Like he ultimately gives too much power to Savannah and Burns' decisions were good. I don't agree with that at all either. Roger Sexton at least controlled his original tribe. Actually controlled his original tribe and his swap tribe. Like same thing with Colton. Like Jawan was almost out of the game before he could even get to that spot. I don't agree with taking out Rupert is good. Taking out Rupert I think is horrible. Taking out Savage was the right move. I think taking out Rupert is terrible for Burton. Like Rupert was like a massive shield for Burton. Like without Rupert in the game, it's like Burton's the next biggest target. Like Burton almost gets voted out of 7. Like Fair Play had to save him, by making like a deal with like Krista and Sandra. Like he was about to be voted out there. But I think Burton sucks, and I've already talked about a lot in the past. All right, these people. This is also kind of a mess. I think Greg's probably going to move down if I were to guess. Oh, wait, wrong thing. This one. Greg kind of sucks, actually. Like, does he... He only votes out one person, right? Yeah, he only votes out Joel. Like, he has a 1 out of 4 record. So yeah, I think he's just probably moving down a lot. We'll go ahead and we'll just count up the tribals for all these people first. Artists I could probably just do in my head real quick, but out of context, that's very funny, isn't it? I love doing artists in my head. But yeah, I think he goes to what, 3? Or like survives 2? Yeah, so that's not particularly good, but it's like whatever. Joe Dowdle, I think goes to 4. I think votes correctly at 3. JP, I should look that one up. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is on the right side for all of them, for what that's worth. It is funny that I think JP is actually someone that's like probably going to be way higher than I ever would have thought he would be. And that's because it's a good size JP. Chanel, too for Chanel, I could probably just think of real quick. Chanel has, I don't even know how to give, I'm not going to give her credit for the Jenny vote, right? Or should I? She was technically going to be in the majority, but also she fucked up the vote. So it's like, I'll give her credit, I guess. You know, actually, I'll give her 1 out of the first 2, considering the second was also kind of raw. I'll give her 1 out of 2. For those first 2. And then, yeah, her record's pretty bad, isn't it? It's like 1 out of 3 then. I think the one that finished this, I should release all the footage at like 100 times speed in one video. I might. I think I was gonna. What would 100 times speed be? 100 times speed is still like an hour, right? Which is insane. But yeah, I would actually consider that. That should be kind of funny. By the way, before this stream, we're at 118 hours. If you wanted to know. Yeah, Dwight, I'll look up Dwight's to just double check. Dwight has a, I don't give him, I wouldn't give him credit for that one, right? 1, 2, so 2 out of 3, not that's much of anything. Okay. So, I think with this in mind, I think JP is probably Brandon Quinton level here. Like both were like not necessarily in the cleanest positions throughout the entire game, but were at least like voting with the majority the entire time. Had an alliance for most of the season. JP doesn't have anything like an egregious vote off. In the way that Brandon does, or like an egregious mistake, I should say, in the way that Brandon does. But I think them being back to back is fine. Keep the 100 times on screen so people know how long it took. Yeah, that's insane to think about. Actually, though, that like 100 times speed is still an hour long. Over an hour long. Like that's insane to think about. I'm thinking Greg and Chanel and maybe even Dwight is like a combo there. I'm not sure what I'm doing with artists. Like, maybe he is still in this, like... Oh, is he in this category? I guess to be fair, it's like, he only goes to 2 tribals. Like, he only survives 2 tribals, but, like, he would have survived some if he went to early tribals, right? Like, if they went to tribals early, it's like, Lisa would have been the brute first at that first tribal, and then even after, like, things change around. It's like Artis was never going home. It's like, he was not necessarily in the best position until a little bit later, but... even then, it's like he was never going home. So, like, I can... Actually, I see what I was kind of doing with him and JP. Yeah, actually, I think there are a lot of him and JP parallels. I think I would go JP higher than Artis right now. So I think let's do that. Joe Dowdle is kind of a random one. I could see Joe Dowdle taking a little dip here, just because he was technically on the out of the Sydney vote, and he was probably on his way out anyway. He still does vote correctly 3 times before that. Is he like Rocky level, actually? I can maybe see that. Like, I think the problem with Joe is that he didn't really have a true alliance by the end. So, like, I think I could see him being in this, like, Rocky level of, like, players that survive a lot of early tribals. Part of it being because they're, like, physical assets. Though, no, I guess the ends aren't exactly the same. But I think this is okay. I think that is. If anything, I actually kind of want to go Rocky above. But yeah, I think Joe being there feels okay. Like, I think Rocky above because Rocky gets, like, swapped into a bad position. Joe is, like, in his original tribe formation. Yeah, like, if Ravu, was it Ravu? If they go to tribal again, I don't think Rocky's going home. Where, like, Joe probably does. So, yeah. Chuck said he can't come for Lala because she's starting to see him as a son. Well, that's something. Again, Chuck, Lala Final 2. Can't wait. I think these 3 just feel lower. Like Greg, Chanel, and Dwight. Maybe Dwight, actually, I could still put somewhere in this range. But, like, and I guess too, for Chanel, she, like, her first round was one where she should have been in the majority, but, like, a lot of craziness happened. Either way, I think Greg is someone I'm definitely moving down on. I do love going down on Greg. But yeah, I just think he's actually not that good. Like, his voting record's pretty horrible. He also, like, I think the thing is, like, theoretically, he was, like, well liked and, like, maybe could have won a jury vote if he got to the end. But it's like, was he ever getting to the end? Like, realistically, it's like he's probably closer to, like, this, isn't he? Like, is he really that different from the Eddie Fox, like, Reynolds level? Like, they literally vote out the same amount of people. Genevieve Shine of Dark, Landon, Aubrey plays the idol. Does Joe just go home? Let's see. So what would this situation be? So Shine of Dark, Aubrey plays her idol. Since between Devins and Joe, they revote. Yeah, Joe gets vote out. Yeah, it's probably what, a 2-1 vote. Joe gets vote out. He's like Aubrey. Was it Aubrey, Christian, Genevieve would vote? Generally, is Greg even, like, closer to these players? Like, he goes to 4 tribals and only votes 1 person out. Like, that's closer to the... I guess, actually, the... maybe he is closer to Eddie and Reynolds. I think the difference is that, like, these players theoretically should have been pre-merge boots. These players weren't, right? Oh, Joe, yeah, Joe. Well, I mean, I guess then it's just a 2-0 vote then. Yeah, then it's just Joe gets voted out unanimously. But yeah, that would have been a very screwy situation for him. I think I'm going to go above Eddie and Reynolds. Just because there was still, like, even though he didn't vote in the majority, the group still liked him and wanted to keep him around. Where, like, it's not like he was, like, so aloof of what was going on. He just didn't really care about the game. Where, like, Eddie and Reynolds are actually just, like, aloof at what's even happening in the game. So I think that's, like, a slight difference. But I do think him being down here is probably right based on the current criteria. Actually, Nick Brown is here. Maybe I could have him closer to Nick Brown. It's not exactly the same, though. And also, it does feel weird to have him lower than Frank and Zoe. I think is also kind of an issue. Yeah, okay, wait. I think I'll readjust this. Because, like, I think it's a spot with Greg where, like, he's not voting anyone out, but he's also not in any danger. Where, like, even with Eddie and Reynolds, they were, like, still on the bottom. Like, Greg was never even on the bottom. It's just that he just didn't vote with the majority. So, like, I think that is probably, like, a slight difference. So, like, maybe that's more like a Gen level. I don't know. Where exactly is that? It's just like, it's obviously just a very weird game because it's like it's the thing that would only happen on Survivor Borneo. Because, like, even though his voting record's really bad, like, he technically, like it's really more of a, like, a 3-4 record instead of a 1-4 record, because, like, even though he doesn't vote in the majority for 2 of those pre-merge tribals, it's not like he's in any danger, and he's, like, still with the majority group, just, like, not voting with them for the sake of it. But, like, he's not in any danger. He's, like, well liked within the group. He, like, has a good standing there. It's just that he's just not voting with them because that's him. Maybe I go, like, Kelly Goldsmith level then. Or do I just go here? Maybe I do just go here. I don't know. Because I guess, like, it depends if I want to give him credit for those rounds. I think if I do just fully outright, like, not put much credence into the fact that he wasn't voting correctly, I think he is just here. But if I do, then he probably is, like, somewhere in here. Dean and Angela's paranoia isn't just about Drew now, but Barrett actually hate these people. That's not shocking to me. I mean, like, I feel like Barrett, yeah, like, I feel like the fact that Drew and Barrett weren't more closely associated until now is kind of surprising to me. Again, I'm not really sure what I'm doing with Greg. Maybe I do just still settle for him being high. I don't know. It's like I don't think of Greg particularly highly, and I think it's like maybe I put him here actually. Maybe I put him also in that Rocky Joe Dowdle tier. Maybe that does make more sense. Where it like gives him credit for surviving as many tribals as he does. Yeah, I'm thinking this feels actually okay to me now. This Greg. Joe Dowdle tier. I'm not sure where in, like, yeah, in comparison to, wait, they said Greg Joe, I mean, Rocky Joe Dowdle. Yeah, right. Rocky just gets swapped out of the game. He probably is closer to Joe. Actually, really, him and Joe are in like fairly similar positions. But then we know, I think I'm going to go Joe below. And I think that stems from the fact that Joe is someone that we know is going to be the next booth they went to in our tribal. Where if Greg, I don't know if that was the case, and I lean towards that not being the case. So yeah, I think I'll do that. And then Chanel and Dwight. Also, I'll continue to say I'm never finishing this in my entire life. Like, we've gone through, what, 11 people in, like, an hour and a half or something? So, that's something. Chanel and Dwight. Cass is more focused on one-on-one dynamics over group dynamics this season. Which is interesting because there are group dynamics. Or, like, there could be group dynamics. But, yeah, it does feel like they're... At least the Rome side of it is, like, very wary of, like combining, I guess. On 14 streams, I might have it done. That is true. Well, to be fair, we are... If I ended right now, which I'm not going to end right now, I am, what, 44% of the way. Or 43, I guess, percent of the way. Wait, no, what do I need to calculate here? Wait, 7. Wait, no, this is stream 8, right? Is that how it works? So, yeah, that'll be 11 more streams. Because it's that minus 8. So, yeah, 10.6 streams away. Something like that. So, I'll also clarify, like, yeah, I probably will be here every day until this is done. I think for the next few days, it's just going to be nights. Yeah, because Friday I probably want to record some videos. And yeah. So I think like Friday, I think like Thursday, Friday, Saturday will be nights. Like late nights. I'll probably still stream. Sunday will be a normal stream. I think starting from Monday, depending, I don't remember if I have something going on Monday or not. But if I don't, I might stream day and night Monday. And then like Tuesday, I can only do night. Wednesday, depending on how busy I am, maybe day and night on Wednesday. I don't know. We'll fucking see. But again, I need this done. Okay. Chanel and Dwight. Like, voting records are spotty. Dwight isn't that bad, though. Maybe they're here. I think they're probably here. Like, Dwight and Chanel, it's like they both, let's do this. eventually get the Cook Islands retrospective. I need to get the fucking Panama retrospective. Actually, something I genuinely forgot about until now. I haven't done the fucking Amazing Race Family Edition retrospective. Like I forgot about that on my I was literally like looking through my like unfinished stuff that I started work on or whatever, and like I genuinely forgot that was a thing. Yeah, it's like here. Amazing Race Family Edition. Like, looks like I finished watching it on August 13th of last year. So almost a year ago, I watched Amazing Race Family Edition for a video and just didn't make a video. So that's something. I forgot about the A&W season ranking. I'm probably still doing that at some point. I don't know when I'm ever making these videos. We'll see. Yeah, the Amazing Race Family Edition retrospective that everyone needs. Rationale for Dwight boot. I think it was to... Like, well, one, I know Cody never got along with Dwight. So, like, that was, like, Cody's rationale. Wasn't it also to try to avoid an idol play, which is, like, funny considering they end up giving the idol to Dwight? But I'm pretty sure that was also part of the calculus, right? Is that they knew Janine had an idol, and they were like, well, we can't vote for Janine. So, like, we'll vote for Dwight, who's like, why would Janine give Dwight the idol? Oh, is that a thing? Yeah, I probably did, right? Which, yeah. I'll deal with that later. Let me see something. Okay. Yeah, Chanel and Dwight. I definitely can see them here. I don't know, Chanel was in an initial good spot, but then like she's also like at fault for getting herself out of that, and then she just doesn't recover following that. I just want to see something actually. Where's Say again? I have Say all the way down here. Because I remember I moved Chanel up quite a bit. I think with the current criteria, though, Chanel probably should move back down. I don't know if I want to move her down that much, though. To, like, say. Jimothy? What is Jimothy? I don't think Say's the worst comparison, though. Chuck finally learned that Roman Lyric's breakup was fake. That's kind of funny. I can't believe it. Yeah, actually, I'm seeing updates on that right now. That's very funny. Oh no, Chuck's jealous. I can't believe it. He's a wild, deformed raccoon from Seattle that's become popular online. Is that really a thing? Yeah, I haven't seen that. Maybe Ellie level for Chanel? I guess to be fair, I had Chanel worse than Ellie on... No, wait, no, she made the jury, never mind. I think she was an honorable mention for worst jurors. If I stayed consistent with this list... Like, Roxroy's here. Genuinely, with the current criteria, like, Roxroy is better, though, isn't he? how you just called Chuck a deformed raccoon. That's pretty funny. I follow Big Brother Junkie on Twitter. Like, I just have it posted to where I get notifications for all their posts. Which was annoying during the days that they got banned from Twitter, because like I had to like actually look at Twitter itself instead of just seeing notifications. What kind of fucking raccoon is this? What? Doesn't feel like there's any standout personalities in BB-28. I mean, I think Angela's still Angela. Outside of that, it's like, I mean, like Devins, but like obviously, yeah, he came from Survivor also. Like, I think in terms of the newbies, not really. I mean, like, I think Rome probably is the closest. Yeah, I mean, like, Jason could be. I think maybe Jason. Especially if Jason, like, stays for a while. I can see Jason being this, like, big, like villainous sort of figure for the show. Jason was on the spill about Lyric and Rome. I mean, it works for him, right? Don't faves? Not really. I mean, like, there's people I'm interested by Drew and how he's playing the game. I like Melody for like the gumption she has in the game, even though she's not that good at it. I at least respect Lyric for like how she got herself how she got herself off the block. Like, that's something at least. And again, Angela's still incredible TV. So like I'm still like invested in Angela. Generally, I'm kind of annoyed at Devins at this point for how he's been playing, to where I'm kind of like, no, I really don't give a shit what happens to Devins at this point. No. And again, I think Jason's fun TV, but I don't necessarily like, I don't know how much I actually like Jason though. Yeah, like, obviously he's in a spot where, like, I think he's like, he's not trying to go home, but I think if he does go home, he's like fine with it, right? Do I move Chanel down this low? Like, that feels too low, but like, kind of makes sense. Because like say, she was like not really able to get any traction. Like, it's like she had like a level of influence at the first round that she went to. And after that, she wasn't able to get any real traction. I think it makes sense. Like, I don't want to, because like I really do see like the potential in Chanel as a player, but I think if we're like being consistent at this point, I think she has to move down that far. Like, even Say is at least like voting in the majority. Yeah. Yeah, I'm thinking Chanel's probably here. Which again, I generally don't want to do this, but it's like I feel like I kind of have to. I've always backed Chanel. Like, Chanel's someone that like, even like when like her move to split the vote on Mike and everything, it's like I've always defended like Chanel's decision making. It's like, yeah, it didn't work out for. I'm like, it's not her decision to risk her vote the journey. Outside that though, I like the way that Chanel thinks about the game, and I do think she would have potential in return. But also, it's like the game is bad. Like she played a bad game. And like really squandered a seemingly good position at the beginning. Yeah. Please, what is this? Is this real? This can't be real, right? Oh yeah, that's funny though. What the fuck? That should be an emote. If only, like, he didn't make that face. I mean, like, if only Chuck was relevant to anything, I would make that an emote. I mean, who knows? I mean, once Rome's gone, maybe Lyric will showmance with Chuck. Again, that's now motivation to get rid of Rome, so he can really romance Lyric. All right, Dwight. I think I'm willing to keep Dwight higher. Like Dwight, at least. Like, yeah, he was like the Janine vote's kind of wonky, but even then, it's not even that bad. But then, like, he's able to like vote out NECA at the merge. He votes out Ellie. It's like Dwight is better than Chanel based on the current criteria. He probably is just here though, if I were to guess. Like, I think he's a better Tory. Or is he more of a Brandon Quinton level? Like, obviously doesn't have a big blunder in the way that Brandon Quinton does, but like, maybe I am going higher. Like, because like, practically, it's like outside of like his like rocky relationship with Cody, it's like Dwight was actually pretty well liked socially, and like, it's not like there's ever a point where he's like seemingly like, because like when it comes to like Tory, like these sort of people, like they were like definitively on the bottom. Like Dwight was never like really even like definitively on the bottom. It's like you can argue like, okay, he was like not in on the Janine vote, but then right after that he's like votes out NECA. Okay, I think what I'm currently leaning towards is okay, wait, maybe do I move Katie back up? Katie in, okay. So like, I think where my current head is at is something like this. Like Brandon and Dwight here. JP and Artis above them, and then Katie and Tarzan maybe above them still. Or like maybe Katie I disattach. Because like I feel like Tarzan's like in this ballpark with these. Like Katie maybe isn't exactly that. Like Katie's elimination though is kind of screwy. Like obviously she gets taken out on a rock draw. But also it's not like she had like long-term prospects there. But she does go to so many tribals. I'm thinking about leaving it like something like this. The more I'm actually thinking about it, the more I kind of want to move Dwight up. Maybe. Like, because, like, I'm, like, thinking in my head, like, Dwight versus Artis. Is Dwight really worse than Artis? Because, like, Dwight was definitely a more active player than Artis. Like, even the one vote where, like, he's on, like, like the Janine vote, like, he technically had half, like, he had tied numbers, technically, in that round. Which I guess, to be fair, that is more of a Brandon Quinton thing, right? To a degree. Let me see, what was it again before this? It was this. Do I move them here? Brandon Quinton is a weird one just because, like, his bad move was so bad. But also, I get it. Like, I mean, like, I get it for him as a person. I obviously still think it's a bad move. But also, considering where he was, like, considering him, like, feeling like representation of the gay, like, community and, like, him being worried about, like, the optics of him, like, working with, like, someone that was so openly homophobic. Like, I get it. Like, it was a bad move. But, like, I also get it, though. Yeah, I'm thinking of doing this. I think this is, like, I don't feel that bad about this. About Brandon being above these people. Like, Dwight being above Brandon, but, like... like, I think something like this. And then... I'm debating Katie and Tarzan still on where they actually land in all this. I think I'm going to go above. Like, these players above, and then Brandon and Dwight here. When Lyric forms the BB Black Widow Brigade, is Lyric the Parvati? Yeah, I guess, yeah, actually has to be the Parvati, right? Because again, Parvati seduces all the men. That's clearly what Parvati does. Dude, it's fucking past 3 and I've only done 13 people. We got Carl and High, who I know I was comparing a lot. For sake of it, we'll look up the voting records. What is High? High is... I'm not going to give him credit for that first vote. I'll give him credit for the Daniel vote. I guess I'll give him credit for the Lydia vote, even though that's kind of wonky. I'll give him credit for the Chanel vote, and then I'll give him credit for the Rockstar vote. So, like, that's actually not a horrible record. Taylor just found out about live feeds, or... I don't understand how these people don't know. Like, I mean, he's like, I know production warns them, and, like, clearly they're not warning them enough. And, like, not giving them, like, a proper explanation of things. But also, it's like, I don't get how these people don't do their research. Like, how these people, like, go on this show just not knowing anything about it. What am I doing? I'm fucking out of it. Carl, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's 5 tribals. Votes correctly at 1. Wait, at 1. I'll give him credit for that. 2, 3, 4. So that's the same thing, actually. 4 of 5. Yeah, so I think High and... I think the High Carl parallels are fine. Order... Like, both are blindsided their first vote. Both are kind of like figurehead sort of people. Yeah, actually, really, I just think this is kind of a near 1-for-1 of Carl and High. I think Carl, at least having allies by his side at the end, is better than High losing everybody. So, or like everybody, Romeo, I guess. So yeah, I think I'll keep this. I'll be honest, I don't know how much more I'm gonna do tonight. I'm pretty fucking tired. We'll see. Like obviously I'll be back tomorrow, so it's like I guess there's not really that much pressure to like push myself tonight. Let's do this. Do I stand by them being above Dwight? I don't know actually. Like I think they like I agree with Carl and High being together. I could see them being closer to here though, where like these people were technically voting in the majority. I guess the Bailey of Dwight, but like we're at least in majority groups through the early game. Carl and High were blindsided at their first votes. Or like maybe even like here I can kind of see as well. I'm kind of leaning that because like these players were at least in the know of what was going on early on in the game. Like Carl was getting blindsided right away. High was blindsided right away. These players, like, at least were not part of the true core at the beginning of the game. So yeah, I think this is a decent middle ground for that. Yeah, how much more do I want to do? How many people we've done? We've only done fucking 15 people. How many more tiers until the 400 mark? It's like until here. Yeah, I don't know if I'm getting that far tonight. And we got our King Jonas here finally. Which I think, like, my gut is that these people are moving down, but I guess we'll see. We got Brendan Sincott, Jonas, Neil Gottlieb, Cole Metters, and Tim Spicer. Let's see. Let me see how far in the stream are we. Are we like about to hit the 4 hours? Yeah. Maybe I'll try to get to the 400 number. I don't know. We'll see. Brendan Sincott votes out Candace and Jerry and then gets taken out after that. Actually, I guess it's technically like a 2-2 of the tribals who survived. Jonas goes to 3 pre-merge and survives them. Neil, I think, only goes to 1 tribal, right? But survives it, and also like wasn't going home with the swap at least. Cole Metters doesn't go to tribal until the merge, right? And is blindsided, so like that's not good. And then, but also would have been in a good spot if he went to early tribals. And then Tim Spicer, I think, has a 2-2 record, even though, like, do we credit him for the Mariah vote? I don't know. So yeah, these are all fairly similar. So I am like, I feel like instinctively it feels like Katie and Tarzan should be higher than them though, which like makes me think maybe these players are getting too high now, or like Dwight and Brandon probably shouldn't be too much higher than that, but I don't know. Let's see. So Brendan was in the initial majority, gets flipped on. I guess like you can argue he was like more of a leader figure in the game than someone like an artist. Jonas, I feel like probably just should be closer to here. I mean, I guess it's not necessarily the same, considering it's a spot where like he's kind of just like he gets to merge down in numbers. So like, I don't really fault him as much for him going out. Neil Gottlieb. Huh. So I guess like a lot of these people, well, I guess not. I was gonna say it came into merge down in numbers, which like is true, but like I think Brendan going into merge down in numbers is different than like Jonas and like Cole, where like Brendan like had more of his original tribe and they just flip on him. Like I think this is a spot where like the vote record doesn't matter as much. It's more so about like their positioning in the early game, which is that all these players were players that were like well positioned pre-merge, but then post-merge it goes downhill. I think Brendan though is a bit different because like technically his game goes downhill before the merge. It's just that they didn't go to tribal in the late pre-merge. So like it never like played a factor. But like technically if they went to another tribal, he would have probably been voted out in the later pre-merge. So like I kind of feel like he's lower than in that spot. Like I feel like he's probably closer to like these people, right? Like the Joel, the Silas, like those sort of players. And like even then they were technically swap screwed. Actually, generally, why is he so much higher than like David Murphy and Fincher? And like an Aaron, like he probably should be closer to this range, I feel like. I'm trying to remember with all these other people. So like Jonas again would have been safe in the pre-merge. Neil would have been safe in the pre-merge. Yeah, it's like literally all these other people were safe in the pre-merge. Brendan is the only one that isn't. So I think it's fair to knock him down. Like I think he's better than David Murphy and Fincher, because he was at least like running his original alliance, but like I don't think he should be that much higher than this. Like generally, actually, yeah, like he probably should be lower than Joe. Like he would have been voted out over Joe if they went to tribal together. Joe also just survived more tribals than him. I think he's somewhere in this ballpark of like these are players that like kind of ran the early game and then get flipped on. I'm debating where though. Maybe he's at the bottom because it's not like he's swap screwed. Like these players were really swap screwed. So I think I'm settling on this. By the way, I should probably check to make sure I'm not. Okay, I just want to make sure I wasn't pushing this down. Should probably also check this. 1, 2, 3. Okay, we're good in terms of that too. Okay. Yeah, then these players are slightly different. Who do I want to in HOH? If Rome stays, probably Rome. Even like Jason, if he stays, could be an interesting HOH. Melody would be an interesting HOH. Mallory would also be a great HOH. Generally, I don't want it to be crossovers. Or I don't want it to be, really, I don't want it to be Toolshed. Now, I wouldn't want it to be like, maybe not like a Lala. Or like, I don't know if like Taylor or like Yosh would do anything interesting with it. So yeah, I think it's like Jason, Melody, Mallory, Rome if he stays. I don't know what Lyric would do. That could be, maybe that could be interesting if like Lyric does turn against Devins right away. No. Okay, I think I am leaning towards swapping these. And then maybe have these players there. Okay, I need to make room again. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Like, am I think I am having Tarzan higher than Jonas at this point. Like, Tarzan and Jonas were in a similar spot at the merge, and they vote out Jonas over him, and then Tarzan survives way longer. So I don't know why I even had it the other way around anyway. I guess, like, on paper, Tarzan feels like a really bad player because, like, he's Tarzan. Melody. Yeah, Melody, like... who's Melody go for? Probably Devins, right? I wish there was someone that would go for Devins. Like, is Melody... yeah, like, I don't know who the other noms for Melody would be. Like, my assumption would be that she would probably go after, like, red corner people outside of Devins, which I don't think does enough. Like, I would want, like, Devins, D, and then, like... I don't know who the other person is. I think the worry, though, is that there's a power coming to play, and very likely Devins is going to get it. And then if he does get it, then, like, is it just going to nullify the entire week anyway? So should do Jason? That'd be pretty bad, though. Should do Jason. Surprised there has been a lesbian showmance in Big Brother. I mean, there haven't... like, has there been even, like, more than one lesbian on a season? Like, I don't know, like, casting doesn't allow for it. Want Devins out? I don't want Devins out. I want him to be in danger, though. Like, I want him to face adversity. Especially, like, as a comeuppance for how he played this week. Like, I don't necessarily want him to go, though. Like, I would like to see, like... yeah, I think I would be fine if Haley going. I think, like, Haley going, but, like, it's Haley, like, Devins, D on the block. And there's, like a theoret... like, it's like the people that have been on top, like, are like, now in danger. Like, I think that's kind of what I want to see. I think Tim Spicer probably should be with Dwight. And the fact that, like, he was technically in the majority, but it also was kind of like a bit of a rocky majority. I'm trying to remember on... yeah, it was this list, right? Yeah, Dwight and then Tim. Yeah, so I did have Tim above Dwight here. Yeah, I think them being in a similar tier feels okay to me. Then Cole And Cole's autonomous just because we never see, like, he just doesn't go to tribal the entire pre-merge, but like he was in a good spot during those tribals. But since like by the time he gets to merge, he's just like on the outs. Casting must be a bunch of commus if they don't want a lesbian showmance. I don't know if they don't want one. I just don't think they think about it. I think is the thing. Like, I don't know if they're actively thinking, hey, we can't have so many lesbians. We can't have a lesbian showmance. I think it's more so just the fact that they just don't take that into consideration at all, and that just leads to the casting, like not casting as many lesbians. Melanie winning would be a disaster for Drew. Kind of. I don't know. It'd be interesting for Drew, at least. Like, it would definitely not be great for his relationship with Angela and Dee, you wouldn't think. But it would be interesting to see how that played out, though. Let's see. I think I am going to go with Cole. Like, I think I'm going to leave these players, or at least I'm going to leave Cole up here. And I think the basis around that is that Cole was part of the core of his group. And he was safe the entire pre-merge. And then it's like, post-merge, he loses control, but that's just because he was like, just because he got to merge down in numbers. Like, him and Jessica, like, did have a stranglehold the entire pre-merge phase. So yeah, I think him being here is fine. And then Jonas, maybe deal with Gabe. Gabe, fuck me, Neil. Neil first. Neil only goes to one tribal. Though was safe the entire pre-merge, though was definitely in a rockier spot early on. I don't know what his long-term potential is. I kind of feel like he's probably more of a Tim Spicer level, just because like again, his early positioning wasn't seemingly that good. Like, it was like good enough to where like he was not gonna be the first boot, but like there's at least a point where like Aubrey would have been the first boot, and like Neil wouldn't have been a good spot in that spot, and then like obviously like he was going to be the merge target, but he had an idol. It's like I don't know what his long-term prospects were, to where I think the unknown keeps him here, but ultimately I don't feel like he's that much better than this. I'll put him here. At this point, should I just split this up a bit? Should I do the like Brandon, Quentin, and Dwight here? Maybe I will just do that. And then we have Jonas. Jonas, the guy who was rumored for 50. He was robbed for fucking Rizgod. I agree. I would much rather see Jonas play again. Again, imagine all the cooking segments we could have had with Sushi Chef Jonas. How incredible that would have been. I think it's his relationship with Dee and Angela is very ruined, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, that's what I said. Like, I think it's interesting for Drew. I don't know if it's actually bad for Drew. If anything, it actually probably exposes more to Drew just how anti him, like Angela and Dee are, to where like it probably actually like helps him in a way, like have a better picture of the game. So yeah, I actually don't like hate. Like, I think Melody winning HOH is probably like it's better for his game, probably. But what am I doing with Jonas? Jonas again like does go 3 tribals, was in the majority. He's not really like a central, like he's not the leader of the majority, to where like I feel like I don't feel like he's like the Cole. But I don't know. Maybe he is. Maybe yeah. Because like I don't really fault him post merge either. Yeah. Okay. Maybe I will put him with Cole. Because like yeah, it's like I don't really fault him. I think the argument for Cole over him is Cole like had Jessica, who was like a ride or die there. Jonas didn't really have that as much, but he does go to more tribals, does vote correctly the entire time. Maybe I do get Jonas higher. Maybe Jonas is properly rated. Let's see. Let me see something first. Austin level. What is this again? Goldsmith is there. No, Jonas was in the majority. Yeah, I think I'm sticking with this. I think this feels okay. He's like, it's giving credit for Jonas being in the majority group the entire pre-merge. I think him being below Tarzan though still makes sense though. Like, I think this is still fine for now. Done a whopping 20 people now. I don't know how much I can go, to be honest. I'm fucking dead. I don't know. Should I just cut my losses and end now? And like try to be fresher tomorrow? Dude, I'm so fucked. I don't know when this gets easier. I think probably somewhere in this range. Maybe even not there though. Like I think by this point it becomes easier. For sure. Like by this point, like especially when we start to get to like players that are like a lot of multi-time players and that sort of thing, I think that becomes easier to rank. But yeah, this is a train wreck. Yeah, obviously I've said it a billion times. Let me see something. What are we percentage for now? Oh, okay. Fuck. My computer there. All right, we're 45% of the way through. Next stream is oh, Respecter of Women. Okay, that's what you're trying to say. Respecter of Women, Ted Rogers. Yeah. Again, he's 150% satisfied with the wife he has right now. Was that the number? I don't remember anymore. I think I'm gonna cut my losses. I think if I wanted to chug through it, I think I could probably I could try to do this. However, I don't think I'm even the sound mind at this point to do it. I think I'm better off again. I'm streaming every day anyway. I'll be here tomorrow. We'll continue to chug away at this. So yeah, I only ended up doing what, 20 people today. So that's fantastic. How many did I do that? How many did I do on Sunday? I don't remember. Yeah, this isn't a great track record, right? I think on average I'm doing only 30 people a stream then. So yeah, that would be 14 more streams. We'll see. Yeah, again, I'll be back tomorrow. Probably somewhere around midnight-ish, somewhere in that range. And again, just work on this for a few hours, 3 or 4 hours. Probably same thing Friday, probably same thing Saturday, and then back with a normal stream on Sunday. Yeah, again, that's just kind of where we're at. I mean, like, I'm probably not going to do much anything channel related outside that tomorrow. Like, by the way, I am editing my Big Brother Hall of Fame video right now. So I think this is kind of the, like, to give like more plans. So obviously, yeah, Big Brother eviction will happen tomorrow. I won't watch the episode by the time I stream, but obviously I'll know what happens. Actually, probably mid-stream we'll find the HOH result. That'll be something at least. But yeah, tomorrow, probably won't have much time for anything new for me channel related, but I am working on the Big Brother Hall of Fame video. I recorded that earlier today. It's looking to be like somewhere in the, like, 35 to 40 minute range. I'll probably have that done on Friday, I think. Friday I'm intending on recording. I'm not doing stock watch. I kind of like, I just didn't care enough to do week 1, and I'm kind of just like, yeah, I'm not probably, yeah, I'm just not gonna bother. I probably would have bought Kamu if I were playing it, though. Like, I probably would have bought Kamu week 1. This week, I probably would also do Kamu. I don't know. It's kind of a weird week. But yeah, I might just, I might have gone all in on Kamu. Yeah, Friday I'm going to record my week 2 ranking video. I'll then try to edit that. The other video I need to record is my year in gaming video. Maybe I'll do that Friday too. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, I'm going to edit those 3 videos. And once those videos are edited, it's like kind of crunch time on like, okay, I need this list done, because this is the next project after that. So yeah, if I don't finish this by Sunday, which I likely won't, I'll probably be doing even more streams next week. We'll see. I'm trying to think, is there anything I can work on before I finish this list after those 3 videos? I generally don't, like, I mean, like, unless I want to get, like, head start to the Big Brother review, but that's kind of early. Yeah, it's not really that much, so I don't know. Again, I probably will, again, like, next stream, or next week, I mean, I might end up doing, like, 2 streams a day, and, like, one in the, like, early afternoon, one at night, maybe. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. Either way, yeah, that's it for tonight. I'll be back tomorrow. We'll see how that goes. But, yeah, see you guys tomorrow.